We're live. Are we online? Are we live?
Yeah, I think so. We're good.
We're live.
Live.
Oh, you're live.
Sorry.
Well,
just
welcome.
kill me now. Jesus.
It's been a while, hey? It's been a while.
Friday. It's Friday. It's Friday. It is the garage sale unboxing.
Yeah, it's the couple days before the garage sale. Garage sale starts on Monday. What's garage sale?
Garage sale's a great time. I'm sure you're here because you know what garage sale is. But if you don't know what garage sale is, it is our best time of the year. We do it twice a year. We once in the springtime and now in the fall here just around Remembrance Day. And it is all sorts of crazy and cool stuff. It is there is no like used strollers or old tea sets or anything. It's not a garage sale, but it's a lot of fun like one. Naoto is often going to Japan, meeting new customers, new suppliers. We have existing suppliers. We do a bit of scratch and dent. But what it is a really, really awesome collection of knives that are a really, really awesome deal. There's new, rare, one-of-a-kind, prototypes, super fun stuff. And there's also some just like really super good value.
Yeah, we have like range is quite extensive, especially at this one.
Yeah.
You can see from like really, really good, well-priced, decent quality, really good quality for what it is, knives, quite a few of. And we have these knives like one of a kind, like one.
Yeah.
And this is the live stream for I guess, unboxing live stream. So we're going to show you a few, like pretty cool knives as well as, things that we think it's good for you to know.
So the Monday, this coming Monday, November the 4th, at 8 a.m. online, 8 a.m. Mountain Time, that's where we are, is when the sale goes live, and that's when you're going to go and buy stuff. You're not buying stuff today or this weekend. You're buying stuff on Monday morning at 8 a.m. If you're in a city like Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, Vancouver, or Toronto, you can go to the store when it opens at 10 a.m. Toronto opens at 11 a.m. Now, what we do...
Opens at 10 on Monday.
Oh, it does?
Oh.
It's going to open at 10 on Monday.
Woo.
What we're going to do right now, though, is this is the good time for you to figure out your play. Like, what do you want? Instead of waiting until 8 a.m. when it goes live and everyone, like, just starts snapping things up, what we do is we're just going to go through all the stuff, and you could see, like, okay, what's this knife? I'm interested in a Gyuto. You can fire us a question. We can answer your questions. We'll do questions in some blocks, and we'll respond directly to you. And hopefully help you figure out what you want to pick on Monday. There's a new feature on the website. You want to talk about it?
Yeah, sure. There's a new feature on the website. Some knives I'm going to talk about it soonish. Some knife like this is one of a kind. We only have one.
Yeesh.
And, it probably goes really, really fast, hopefully. But before it was kind of hard because you put it in a cart and someone buys it and it's gone. So we have a new feature now that when you're able to put a product in your cart, it will hold it for 3 minutes for you to finish purchasing. So, if you wanted this and you're lucky one to put this one in the cart first, you have 3 minutes to complete your purchase. And if you can finish it, if you fail to finish it in the 3 minutes, this will go back to the inventory for maybe someone else.
So the common refrain that we've said year after year as we stand here for these videos is, if you see a knife that you want, you buy it. You get it in your cart, and you go right through the checkout. You make sure your autofill is correct, your credit card numbers are correct, your address is correct, and you click, click, click all the way through to buy it. And even then, sometimes someone else could be just a second ahead of you, and they could swoop that item out from underneath you. And so we're really hoping that this feature allows you to put it in your cart and proceed through the checkout and make sure you get a blade guard and a honing rod or whatever else you need, and then check out and not have it scooped on you.
Yeah.
But it is a short period of time because it's like, again, we still have really rare, one-of-a-kind things, and you gotta get it. You gotta get it out. So we don't want to hold it too long for anybody, but we hope this is fair and just helps everyone feel good.
I guess if you can't put that thing in a cart, that assuming that someone has that in the cart, but there is still a chance that this person just is holding it until So there is still a chance that the inventory comes back for you to purchase.
That's a very good point.
So yeah, but if you
it changes up the game. It'll make Monday morning a little different for all of us. And we always are trying to iterate and change and improve the system. I think we're making some really good changes this year. But I'm sure there'll be other problems that we didn't predict because we're just people who sell knives.
And this is the first time we're trying this, feature. So hopefully it
Hey,
goes smooth.
you guys were talking about the Monday live stream earlier, a little bit while ago, right?
Yes.
Yeah. We got something special happening on Monday, don't we?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So Garage Sale Monday, we open. The sale starts at 8 a.m. Right?
Yep.
We're gonna start the live streaming around like 15 to 8 probably Mountain Time, and you don't want to miss this live stream on Monday because we're having a guest.
Usually what happens is we just talk for hours and hours and answer questions and do fun things. Sometimes we've done cooking demos.
Yeah.
And usually by about midday, we're back to the beginning of things, and there's a lot of people that hang on with us here, so we keep going. But it's going to be worth your while to come back around noon this year on Monday. We have a special guest who'll be in town.
Yep.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu!
Peace. I don't know what that means, but do we say who it is, I guess?
No, not yet. No.
Okay.
We got our Who's That Pokemon stinger.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah. So we'll tell you who momentarily. Is that everything that first thing that we wanted to talk about? Yeah. And also, if you go to the store inventory is the isolated or separated from the online store for day until I believe they close, so 6 p.m. On local time. So there are a lot of cool stuff, one of a kind, also at the store level as well. So if you want to check out the store, that's actually pretty cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
The store's such a great place, but we want it to be a fun time for everyone in the shop too, obviously. So, okay, what are we into now? Are we going to go through and do some questions and answers?
I think I want to show off this super cool knife.
Yeah, you tell us. You tell us what's what.
Yeah, let's do that. It's super cool. Every year we have those one of a kind knives, and with super cool handles like these. This one in particular is something that we have never had before.
Oh, I think I remember. I think you showed this to me.
I probably have.
I think so.
Yeah. So this one here, switch the camera.
Switch the camera.
There.
It's upside down.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
So this here.
Just wait.
Look at this. It's the. So this is done by this swordsmith in Japan called the Hiromune Takaba-san. Takaba.
Yeah. Okay.
So he uses the nickel and the carbon steel, folded over and over to make this beautiful Damascus pattern. As well, look how thin this blade is. That is wild. Probably doesn't, but it's really thin. It's beautiful.
I need a new 240 Gyuto. I needed one last time too. I still haven't bought one.
Yeah, it's so rare that I was super happy that we were able to.
Okay, so tell us more about this knife. Takaba?
Swordsmith,
okay. What material? What material is it?
I was like, swordsmith. He doesn't really, he primarily used the tamahagane to make the swords, right? This one here, he uses the shirogami in the core. He used to use the tamahagane for the core, but to be quite honest with you though, tamahagane, it's steel. It's not really great for kitchen knives. It doesn't hold the edge. For the purpose, they can probably control it, but for the purpose, as they fold in over and over, they lose the carbon and they won't get actually as hard as the.
I don't know what steel's particularly, honestly, better than white carbon. Yeah. There's things that make other steels nicer, more user-friendly, but when it comes to being just badass sharp, white carbon's probably my favorite.
Yeah, white carbon steel is really, really good. So, he puts the white carbon steel in the core and folds the nickel and the carbon steel
Okay.
So
So full carbon steel, nickel Damascus,
Yeah.
made by a swordsmith. Where is he located in Japan?
oh yeah,
Okay, sorry, I asked you a
blank,
question
sorry.
you didn't know the answer to. That's rare. I'm
it's rare,
surprised.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a 240 Gyuto, and that is one of the bells of the ball
Yes.
here. This thing is an absolute stunner. It is 5,000 small Canadian dollars. If this is the one that you want, you put that in your cart and you check out.
Yep.
You have 3 minutes this year, but once that 3 minutes is up, I'm sure there will be someone else who wants it. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy. We don't see these boxes very often.
Right? No, right?
Okay, so that's a fun garage sale thing.
Absolutely.
And what monsters have we got here?
So, well, someone can probably tell us who the maker is, right? So it's it's a.
It's got the
Takeda-san.
heart. That
Yeah.
means Takada. Takada Chukabocho.
Takeda Chukabocho with fancy, stabilized wood handles. It's actually pretty thick for Takeda. He
Hard,
knows.
hard.
It,
There you go.
here you go.
It's thick for Takeda, which means it's probably one of the thinnest knives you've ever seen.
He knows how Chukabocho should work. So it is a little bit thicker than the regular Gyuto and stuff like that. The blade length pretty nice and long. I believe it's 240 millimeters. He doesn't really say because he just says small, large kind of scale. It's all hand forged. We
Oh, look at all the
got
cool hammer marks on it.
right. We got those with the
Oh, it's like a sharpened piece of sheet metal. But, I mean, Aogami super clad with stainless steel.
Yeah.
So, like, that kind of sheet metal.
Fuden. Like we have 8 of those, all different handles. It has different. So each one is the numbered. So if you go to the website, you see the option 1 to 8, and the pictures are all corresponds to it. So if you go through, and if there's one that you like, it's
So the blades are the same in the way that Takeda blades are always very unique unto themselves. They always have little imperfections. I always like that about Takeda. He makes the knife and he lets the knife make itself to a certain degree. That's why he doesn't make it exact measurements. And he doesn't iron out the wrinkles. If there's like a little bit of a scratch or a ding or something that just happened in the process, he doesn't grind it out. So sometimes, and by sometimes I mean almost every time, you can find little imperfections in Takedas. That's how they are, and that's part of the beauty.
Someone asked for the length.
Yes.
So-
The one on the far. Oh, sorry, right.
Oh.
Far right.
We need a ruler.
Do you not have one? I'll grab one.
So they are in the about 240 range.
Yeah, it's slightly bigger because this
Hey, guess
blade
what?
guard is 250.
I have a ruler.
Tape measure. Awesome.
It is
240.
237. 237 millimeters.
On
And that is Takeda Chinese cleaver number 7. So the number correlates to the handle,
Yeah.
right?
So this one here, it's slightly longer. What's the number here? Number 4 is like 24 point, like slightly. I mean,
Yeah.
It's margin of error, I guess. It's like, because he doesn't like punch out. He just grinds the steel without cutting it and stuff. So it's all slightly different, but it's amazing how consistent, despite the fact, it's consistent how they are. So it's kind of cool. Alrighty, so next let's want to show a few more actually cool
Yeah, show us
handles,
some of the
'cause-
cool things you're excited about.
Yeah, because this is
I just wanted
also
to mention real quick. Can we get our camera number 1, please, Jacob? I just wanted to mention really quick. Hello, thanks everybody for tuning in. We appreciate y'all. Thanks for asking questions in the comments. We're going to get to every single question in the comments, but we're kind of going through and unboxing stuff in order. So we'll unbox some stuff. We'll take a little break and catch up some questions. Then we'll go back and do some unboxing for the next 4 hours. We got lots of time to get to all your questions. So keep them up. Thank you.
Oh boy. this handle has a cat on it. Well, these are Hados, and Hado is fast becoming a Knifewear staff favorite. And I think it's because we all get to sharpen a lot of knives, and we get to grind the bevels on knives, etc. And these things are so extreme to create just incredibly high-performing knives. And they're beautiful. They're works of art. We also love Maruyama-san and the gang at Hado. They're just super cool. They draw little cats and pictures on their boxes. And it looks like we've got one with a cat on the handle.
Well, we got this kind of special. We did a special. Well, kind of. We made this special collab. This collaboration. This handle is done by the wife of the Yamaken. He makes a whole bunch of handles for the Takif Knife Village, and she is an urushi artist. So it's like this cat is hand drawn. Like everything is hand drawn by her and her fellow coworker. And blade is this is actually first time having this particular blade.
Okay.
See that
yeah. I was going to say
Damascus here.
We don't usually see Damascus from Hado knives.
This one is actually they call it B1D, Blue One Damascus line that we hadn't seen yet, but
that's incredible. And Blue One's not often a thing that we see either.
No.
So just quick, go back. Urushi, as you may or may not know, is a really cool Japanese lacquering technique. So this is a hand lacquered handle. There's probably several layers. It's all done by hand. It's all buffed out by hand. Yeah. And the different layers and how the techniques work is part of the craft and the art.
The texture, she actually explained to us how she done the texturing. The urushi, when you add a little bit of protein, like milk protein or something like that, it actually coagulate a little bit so that it actually gets a little bit of texture like this. So it's actually really, really cool. We do have quite a few selection of these B1D knives. So, again, it's the same B1D custom handle and something like this. We have drop-down menu with the 3 different options, 1, 2, 3. So, if you have one, if you like one that you like, you should snatch it.
Speaking of, we got a question. So somebody was asking Jacob, I don't know if you have that question there, if the current prices on the website are accurate.
Yes. The there are some sale items. There will be some sales which we are going to talk about. Some discounted items and stuff that will go on sale on the first thing on Monday. We can't check it right now, but can you check if the Tsunehisas actually have that price already?
Yeah, sounds good. I'll pull up right now.
So some items will go on sale, like 20% off.
Yeah.
So there are items that will go on sale, but all other items prices are as is.
Yeah, and that's the traditional way of the garage sale. We don't just mark things up and mark it down because we're all bringing this stuff here for the garage sale. So really wicked prices. The prices are as they are.
Yeah.
And
So anything Tsunehisa brand on the website, the current price that is listed will be 20% less on Monday. We also, and that's all the knives that are getting discounted, as far as I'm aware. Everything else is priced as is.
Yep.
But we also have a whole bunch of other stuff that we'll show you later today that is also 20% off. Non-knife products, aprons, cookware, all sorts of great stuff.
Well, we kind of dug through the dark corners of the warehouse and found some stuff and thought, well, we should probably put this in the garage sale.
Dug through the ditches and buried through the witches?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll talk about them later. We have actually a really good deal. When we visited some of the warehouses or places, we actually got quite a bit of overstock for them.
Nice.
So
what's next?
Okay.
MR has asked if there will be any Tinker knives for sale.
I don't think we really have official Tinker knives.
Not really. Not this time around, I didn't think.
Well, Shiba did do something cool with CCK. Should we show those?
Yeah, we can.
So CCK is this awesome cleaver maker. We've been getting their cleavers for a while. CCK is Chanchi-ki. It's out of Hong Kong. And it's that really traditional style of Chinese cleaver, which is a really wicked knife. And basically Shiba called them and said, make these knives for me. And they did. So it's kind of like a collab in a way. He had them make tank and mini tank. So super thin carbon steel. It's the same shape and dimensions. And yeah, $242 for the little guy here. When I tell you prices, they're also going to be in Canadian dollars. On the website, you can find a little spot and it'll convert the currency for you. Not every currency, but a good chunk of them.
Good chunk of them.
So yeah, that's about as close as we got to tinker this time around, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But pretty fun that he has gone and done this sort of special
really
order with Chanchi-ki. They're crazy thin. They're like that mulberry knife thin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like these ones, you don't want to cut it into the bones like some Chinese cleavers are made for. These are not. These are really made for slicing, dicing type of vegetable type of situation. It's really like super nice.
Julienning with this would be insane.
Yeah. You see here the knife. I wanted to talk about these.
You did.
Yeah.
And they're here.
Yeah, they're here.
Did you manifest them?
I hadn't. I just like secretly slid in.
Oh, you're special.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
You are. Yeah. You are. Don't let them tell you you're not.
Right. So, these knives are special. It's more special than I. Probably. Yes.
Oh, yeah. No, looking at them, I can tell you that for sure.
This one. These two.
Okay, talk about them. Let's see.
Shoichi Hashimoto.
Throw upside down.
Oh. Okay. Shoichi Hashimoto. You know who that is? He is such a great. Well, he started out as a Damascus artist. I've seen his like forged almost like a sculpture. He had this and he also made some of the craziest object with the steel and Damascus and stuff.
Cool.
Some of you may know. Recently, he started making the kitchen knives.
What's his name again?
Shoichi Hashimoto.
Okay.
So this one here, the one that Mike is holding, this is a Shiroichi white carbon #1 steel honyaki. So you can see that the little honyaki or that the Hamono line right there. It's like really nice, beautiful Hamono. And how he sharpens it, it's actually incredible as well. It's really nice and thin, and it's just not only the piece of art. It's gonna actually do such a functional work as well. This one's honyaki. This one is aogami.
Do you know what I'm trying to do?
Yeah, there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it to focus, but I'm trying to show
the full line.
There's you can full on see the metal flow. I was hoping to get it on the camera, but I don't think that's going to show up.
But this one kind of shows a little more, flow.
Yeah. So that one's coreless.
This is a coreless Damascus by Shoichi Hashimoto. Look at this. He is such talented, incredibly talented blacksmith. That's super capable of doing.
It's incredible the talent that we get to see.
Yeah.
Someone who's just spent a whole bunch of time, obviously as an artist, exploring how steel works, to then go around and just start making honyakis like this is wild.
Yeah.
That's so cool. That's very talented.
I'm just going to interrupt to say that we have 236 people watching, which is a big record for us. So
oh wow!
Oh, thank you.
For your
Congratulations.
Support.
That's awesome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
If this is your first time, we're Knifewear. This is the Knifewear Garage Sale preview live stream unboxing.
I feel like I'm on a game show and no one told me that I was going to be on a game show today.
Right.
So why don't you just say what you'd like to say?
I'm saying tell people what's going on today, Mike.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, here we are at the garage sale unboxing. It's Friday. The garage sale doesn't start now. It doesn't start tomorrow. It starts on Monday at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. Mountain Time on our website, at 10 a.m. at all of our stores, which you can find across Canada. And we just bring in these really wicked knives. Naoto goes shopping when he's in Japan. Kevin goes shopping when he's in Japan. And throughout the year, we just find really wicked stuff, and we meet really cool people, and we buy their really cool stuff, and then we turn it out on this one day. It actually doesn't really just goes really strong on the first day. It's really exciting. It does run for the entire week. So that means it will go from the 4th until the 10th of this November. And yeah, it's a fun time. We have a live stream on Monday that starts at 7:45 Mountain Time. And we have a really cool special guest this year in the middle of the day. So around noon, we'll have a real fun special guest who's a blacksmith show up and do some fun things with us. And right now what we want to do is show you what's here. You get to get a good sense of what's available. You can ask us questions. Nathan's going to come and interrupt and give us the questions, and then we will give you your answers, and you will get to figure out what you want to buy on Monday.
This is the last piece that I want to show off before it goes on the question Q&As. So here, last thing. Sorry, I had to show off this one as well. We don't get to see the honyaki as much. Like, we had a Shoichi Hashimoto honyaki. This one here.
Oh.
This, like, it's so hard.
I haven't seen this in so long.
This is one of the hardest or the most beautiful. Look at the.
Look at the camera.
Jacob, help to show the show. I want to show the Hamon.
A little bit to the left, a little bit more to the middle, and a little bit lower.
Wow.
It's like all mirrored.
It's like the moon over Mount Fuji.
Yeah. So this one here is the
Moon's over my hammy.
honyaki, Kirisuke honyaki, made by the Yoshikazu Ikeda-san and sharpened by a Nori-san from Yamawaki Hamono. He is actually one of the best polisher sharpener in the Sakai area. And how he able, with the technique and skills of the Ikeda-san of making this beautiful honyaki, but making that, hamon look like...
But look at the tip of that.
Look at how like, there's the mount, like, it does look like there's a little leftover snow on the mountain on both sides. Like, oh yeah, here, look. This is one of the, like, stunning...
How do we order this?
This one here is called the...
It's one of the few honyakis.
Yes, so Yoshikazu Ikeda, mirror honyaki, or the kyomen. Kyomen means the...
So if we type in kyomen...
Yeah, it should show up. It should. If you type honyaki, there are only a few honyakis in our selection, so they should show up as well. But this one is a stunner. It's when I looked at the blade, I'm like,
that one,
I actually asked the president of Yamawaki, I'm like, that please.
Can we have that one?
Anyways,
okay.
So that was the.
So we have a few Nigaras here.
Yeah.
Nigaras are a fantastic company out of northern Japan. We actually had the honor to have them here in Canada, in Calgary and Edmonton in the summer. They did a bit of a forging demo for us, and it was incredibly fun to watch them work. They're just such curious and interested people in the craft that they're doing. We love Nigara. They're turning out really wicked knives. And so we always get these really wicked ones here at the garage sale with these super unique, cool handles. So a couple different choices we've got is this Bunka with an SG2 blade, Damascus, really cool shape. Like, it's almost like a Nakiri with the front cut off, like not a ton of rocker on the profile. But these acrylic handles are super nice. This one's balanced a little bit more towards the heel, but beautiful tall feel. I actually have a Bunka from these guys in this setup in the SG2. Wow, I use it as a daily driver. It's always sharp, hones really nicely. Yeah, I'm quite a big fan. A couple other Nigaras as well. So yeah, what do we got on this guy? Migaki Tsuchimi, Western Kiritsuke Petty. Very cool handle though. The turquoise and orange and black, like that's very cool. And such a nice contour on the handle. Fits in your hand really nicely. And yeah, we also have some Damascus things as well. Woo. Almost like a Damascus. It looks like a topographical map almost, this handle. Although that would be pretty wild landscape. Okay.
I have a quick request. I'm just going through and picking knives that people want to see. And sometimes if you just use, like a brand name, like somebody has to see a Kikumori Gyuto, which is awesome, they're great, but there's like 7 of them, and they're all very different. So if you want to see something, the more specific you can be about the name of the knife, the better, because it'll allow us to answer your question more accurately. Thank you.
I have a knife here with a question written on it. It says, good gift Nikiris. And you know what? This garage sale is such a good time to start buying people Christmas presents and starting to get people checked off your list. Whether you want to get them a sweet frying pan or you want to get them a really nice knife, this is a Tadafusa AUS 10 Nikiri. First of all,
Tsunehisa.
Oh, sorry, Tsunehisa. This is a stunning knife. Look at all that Damascus. That is wild. It's very polished. It's very smooth and it's very nice. The steel is AUS 10, which is a stainless steel that is pretty strong in comparison to some of the other more delicate Japanese blades. Japanese knives are hard steel. They stay sharp for a crazy long time, but we all need to learn and get used to the fact that you can chip them because of that hardness. Sometimes they're really, really thin as well, which does make them more delicate. This knife gives you all of those benefits with being just a little bit less delicate, and which is one of the reasons why it makes an awesome gift knife, especially if it's someone's first Japanese knife, or they just like cooking and they're maybe not wild about learning everything they need to know about the things they own, unlike, us. So this is normally $250 and it's $208 because it's 20% off here at the garage sale this year. And that is a wicked gift knife. Now you also have something else that maybe is like a rung up
A little
here.
bit more like, say, like if you want something a little bit more special, hand forged blade.
Yeah.
This one is great. It's made by the Wakui, Toshihiro Wakui-san.
Okay, thanks.
This company, you know what they've been making? They switched to the kitchen
cool.
knife making lately, but they've been making crowbars, which.
Dun, 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 dun. And we do have some Wakui crowbars.
Yes, we have to. It's just really to.
I know, it's so fun. I already bought one.
It's like hand forged, like freehand, like it's no cast or anything, right? It's just
Yeah. Well,
forged blade.
I met him with Kevin, right?
Yeah.
And we went to his factory where they still do some. Obviously, the business of hand forging crowbars is not terribly strong, and so they did pivot. And he's in Nigara area. They went and learned knife making with the famous Yoshikane family, where our friend Masashi grew up. That's his family. And he turns out knives that are nothing like a crowbar. Nothing like a crowbar at all.
Don't
really
use it as a crowbar.
Also, hot tip, don't use your Japanese knife like your crowbar. Yeah.
It's really well made. It's the stainless clad carbon steel, so it's you get a best of both worlds. You get a little bit more handmadeness on this one, so it's like $345 Canadian dollars. It's for the handmade blade. It's actually a really, really great deal.
It's wicked. Let's just pull it up to the camera here so we can get a little closer look there, Jacob. Whoop. Really nice, just smooth polish, but a really nice bevel. I always do this thing where I grab the knife behind the spine and pull my fingers towards the edge. Slightly hollow on the face with a bit of a ridge, kind of a third of the way up, and then it tapers nicely and drops right down on the edge.
It's great.
Beautiful.
Awesome.
You got one of those crowbars?
Yes.
I did. I need a pallet. I need to take a pallet home and just destroy it.
Yeah,
I don't have a reason for it yet. I got some yard work, some stone work. It's gonna get put to use on.
Put on some DMX and.
It's amazing though how handmade, hand forged, and it's really nice and
Oh, listen. Sometimes when you're stressed out and you just got to sort it out, sometimes all you need is a pallet and a crowbar, right? And then you're way better after.
You can probably get a free pallet. Driving around.
You have a fire.
Yeah.
We'll do 3 more questions and then we'll go back to some unboxing.
Yeah.
We have a question here that says, any Hinora for this garage sale? I didn't see any. Do we have any?
No, unfortunately not. But I think the purpose is that really you wanted to kind of show off the handmade folded Damascus, like something like these, right? Well, we can also, show off to John May as well.
Well, you can double down and answer a question and talk about Hinoras too.
So like hand folded Damascus, it's not really a thing, except it's actually more and more people are taking this skill and doing stuff like Nigara-san, or the Shizawa-san, who was here. We did in the summer. He was here in summer and did the forging demo. He was forging at the billets that he made in-house with the like layers of steel, right? Also the like swordsmith like a Takaba-san, he does all the hand folding steel with the nickels as well. I have to talk about him as well. The Manaka-san. Unfortunately he had a little accident, incident, whatever. Tragedy
yes. Struck his business and home by the way of a fire.
Yes. So basically, he had a fire in his workshop as well as a part of his house. So he is unable to produce more knives currently. We did a little bit of fundraising things as well. I actually went to see him in Japan and check in like how he's doing, what's his plans and everything. It looks like he is thinking of something like cool future. So hopefully that's gonna turn out. But nonetheless, he's like one of the blacksmiths who actually makes the hand-folded masks like these. He uses white carbon steel, blue carbon steel on the edge. On the cladding. He actually does it so that it loses carbon to make it soft, and he uses blue carbon #1 for the core. But look at this, like he calls it the kokuen, the black. And it's a series, right? But the kokuen, kiritsuke, and it's got the stunning handle on them as well.
That is so wild. And it's blue steel and white steel. Normally what's used in the edge material. He's manipulated it to soften it. And he used it to make Damascus, so he could put that on the cladding steel on top of blue #1. Oh my God,
I know.
That's insane.
Yeah, I know.
That's not a thing that you ever really see. So this has got to be.
It is one of the last pieces of the
rare.
His knives that I'm not sure when he is going to start his own new workshop again, but it
was really sad news, and it was nice to see how Naoto was just in Japan, came back saying that there's a lot of other people in the industry that are supporting him. A lot of people in the knife retailing world got together. We did a bunch of fundraising. Our stores donated a week's worth of our sharpening proceeds to him, which totaled just over 2 weeks. 2 weeks of sharpening proceeds that totaled over 30,000 Canadian dollars, wasn't it? So
3,200,
32,000 Canadian dollars we're able to put together for him, which it's a big step. Because the hard thing is, like, this guy was really just getting himself going. He just had really built momentum. He's out in an area where there's not a lot of other blacksmithing, so he's got to do it all himself. He's really got it moving, and then he has this fire kind of take his feet out from underneath him. So it's nice to be able to help him get him back.
Absolutely. So,
okay, today is not the garage sale. It's the garage sale live unboxing preview. What day is the garage sale?
What is the garage sale?
What is garage sale?
So Knifewear Garage Sale happens twice a year in April and November. This is the November edition. We go to Japan quite often. I just came back from Japan about a month ago. Kevin, the shop owner, just came back from Japan a week ago. Every time we go there, we see new blacksmiths, knife makers, and we find things that we don't usually carry. Things that it's so rare that it's one of a kind. Or sometimes we buy things we get things like things that they don't produce anymore. Discontinued stocks and stuff like that. We bring all of them and do the showcase on for the week of the garage sale.
Amazing.
Yeah. So it starts on Monday, 8 a.m. Mountain Time. The what's the November
4th.
4th.
November 4th to November the 10th.
Yes.
In store and online.
Online.
Okay. 8 a.m. online is when it starts. what's the next question? I see an that's been sitting there for a minute. Do we have any Enru knives?
We have this. I put it out here.
Ooh, we do have a couple.
So the well, it is Henry Hamono. The you know, he is the Ikeda-san.
cool.
Took over the workshop quite some time ago, and ever since he has been.
It looks, the hammer marks on this look like the scales on a
From this
serpent
piece, these are
almost.
craft ones. So if you find this
So-
like other place, that's fine.
As Naoto was saying and then walked away, Ikeda has taken over Enru Hamono. He was trained by Enru-san. Enru, of course, is almost like in his mid-80s at this
Yeah.
point, I think, right?
I think Kevin just saw him right in Japan. I think.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice. Well, this is an Aogami blue steel Nakiri. Has it got stainless on the outside?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. So stainless cladding. Aogami and stainless is such a wicked combination. The stainless, of course, brings down the maintenance level that you need with a carbon steel that, you know, carbon steel can rust on you if you let it. Almost, in fact, will rust and tarnish. But this is beautiful. The texturing's really nice.
Yeah.
This knife would just slide through.
Look at how thick the tan, like where the
Oh, yeah.
it fits in the handle. It's like it gives you
Oh,
more.
wow. That feels
right.
wicked.
Right.
Okay, so you were going to say something. I know that you really like,
No,
and
it
you've
was a
seen
bit-
how he's changed
Yeah,
and
like,
improved, right?
The way he forged these days, like he's influenced by the different knife makers and blacksmith. You know, as I kind of mentioned that he makes this tang really thick right here. I don't know where it's gonna focus. There. So they make it really thick right here, and tapers it down really drastically, which is slightly different. I guess like tradition technique from what this Takefu Knife Villages was doing, and polish really nicely. There's no, you know, like it's a little details as well as like such great forging and the sharpening technique. His I guess apprentice or the worker Nakazato-san, he's actually really doing really great job sharpening. Like he's learned a lot about the sharpening these days, so he's been actually doing a lot of good stuff. So
Cool.
anything coming
How
out
much is
from
this
the-
knife?
Anything coming out from the I think it's like 2 something. I just pull out and
Great. Yeah. Still need to get.
we
a
can
price on that guy.
probably we can probably put out the price like maybe.
And
Jacob
so
can-
we can look online and see what other Enru knives are available, right? And I think it's just that series, right? Is there other shapes of that from Enru? Okay.
Do we have
No.
other shapes?
That's the shape. That's
Yeah,
what we got
that's
from
the shape,
Enru this
yeah.
time.
Can you pass me this price sticker?
Enru Hamono. There we go.
Thank you.
yeah. So
All right, let's talk about those Yoshimunes because they're
Oh, yeah,
really
yeah.
cool and pretty crazy.
yeah, we got
Mm.
Pretty big deal.
quite a few Yoshimunes. The so got here.
We have a cart of knives.
So, we had these knives. The blacksmith is called the Kawamura-san from Sanjo.
Oh, that's such a
area.
cool shape and size. Look at that. Sorry. Keep going. Oppa.
If you put your hand right under it, it's trying to look at your hand. Yeah,
There you go. So the Kawamura-san, he is a blacksmith in Sanjo area. He, unfortunately, retired very recently. There's no one to pass down his skill to. There's no one, like he didn't have anyone who is
So this is
succeeding.
This is the end of an era right here.
Yes, so we got whole stack of one of his last knives from him. So it's his blacksmith name Yoshimune. His real name Kawamura-san. So if you actually look at our website, it is under Yoshimune.
Like
Why-
a whole stack of them.
yeah,
Look at
we
that guy.
probably have a little bit more in the back as well. Slight different handles, slight different variations, kind of hard. But these are mostly all the carbon steel core, white carbon number 2, with a stainless steel cladding, with the exception of a few different shapes. But it says on our website, like something like this is the This one is all carbon steel. Yeah, so this one's all carbon steel, but the different handles and different type of stuff. All the pictures are up on the website, so you should be able to find it. But it's basically last bits of his, I guess, legacy.
Right. I also want to point out that this is a Santoku that's white steel, which is amazing, clad with stainless steel, made by a master blacksmith who's been doing it for a very long time. It's $150.
Yeah.
That's wild. That's a crazy good price.
Yeah.
These are going to evaporate on Monday morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Well, there we go. That's too bad, because at Knifewear, we are allowed to buy knives at the garage sale at the end of the day on Monday. So this is not something I'm going to be able to buy. Anyway.
Yeah, these are great. We were just pretty happy that we were able to get a little last bit of
These are really beautiful knives.
His legacy, right? Yeah.
What an absolute! This. We're talking about what garage sale is. This is what garage sale is. This is like, we work in this really cool world of craftsmen who come and go, and sometimes they make tons of stuff, and sometimes they just make tiny amounts of things. And when we get the chance to get those things, we get them. And it's weird to try to sell them throughout the year. So the garage sale is the wicked time to find these rare, one-of-a-kind, end-of-the-line type of products. So this is really a lot about what garage sale is about here. So yeah.
We're gonna confuse those guys out.
So these are Yoshimune. 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 That doesn't work either. Never mind.
Okay.
Never mind.
Alrighty.
Okay. What do we want to talk about now?
Are we unboxing?
Toe.
We can do that unboxing.
Unboxing.
Alrighty. So we have
some questions sprinkled in there too.
Oh yeah. I found this. It's kind of weird. I found this, but the this one here. What's this? Is this? Oh, I guess it's a Ginsan. So this one here. It was one of the really well made Yanagiba, but look how.
Whoa!
Look at this. Like it's.
Dude, it's got racing stripes.
Right? It's got they call it chinagashi, which is mostly aesthetic, but the real functional meaning was to for the blood to stream.
Oh, okay.
It's like
It's like some hunting knives have stuff like that
exactly.
to them. Yeah.
I mean, like it's not really functional for this Yanagiba, but it's got really nice carve, like the.
But it's cool.
It's cool. It's carved up like this.
There's a function of being
holding
cool.
It this way? Yeah.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, that's right
like
side up.
This is and mirror polish here, and this. I found this kiriha or the this here. Precision. It's there is a.
We're excited. We're excited about the precision.
There's so
you need to flip the camera, Jacob. Just.
Yeah, like I don't care about these. Yeah. Anyways, this is so true. There's no much like concavity or anything like that. It's like so well done. This is done by
Do you see what Naoto is doing? He's holding the knife up to his eye to sort of demonstrate this precision of the sharpness.
Like this right here.
See, now you can see what he's talking about.
It's like so well made right here. There's not much like concavity. It's like super well made. Yamawaki Hamono is known for that, right? The precision that those guys can actually produce is incredible. This one here is made by forged by Yamatsuka-san with the Ginsan stainless steel, and I remember his last name, Igarashi-san, the Nori Igarashi-san. He is the head sharpener at that Yamawaki Hamono. He is such a
That's very cool. So
at
this
a young age, he's like super great.
Yamawaki Hamono Ginsan.
Yeah.
That is very cool. Okay. yet again, more cool stuff.
Yeah. Let's talk about something really, like
Oh yeah, good idea.
Knives for beginners, like like these. I mean, any knives can be for beginners, but these are great deals, right? The like Japanese knives made by Sakai Kikumori. They call it Miyabi Isshin series. It's like really, simple looking kitchen knives with butt. So it's like, it's got a handle, it's got a blade. It's, it has a quite nice selection from petty all the way to Gyuto 210 or, little slicing knife. It's really nice and thin. It has a really good edge, but
this is a great little knife.
It's
super thin.
Yeah.
It's nice steel. This is the kind of thing that is great to go.
Yeah.
Right? If you travel a fair bit and you can take a knife with you, or you have a cabin somewhere, or sometimes you even just like have a friend's house that you go to and you want to plant a decoy, so you have something that's mostly sharp when you get there.
Yeah.
Like this would totally fit the bill, right? Look at this. This is a wicked little petty knife. It's $45.
Yeah.
It's super light. It's solid. It's nice. It's super nice.
Yeah.
Good find.
Yeah. It's like one of those, knives that. Oh, I'm so.
It's a grandma knife. How do you find these on the website? What are they called?
It's called the Sakai Kikumori, or they can call it Miyabi Isshin, Miyabi, Isshin as Isshin.
ISHIN?
Double S. ISS. So it's in Japanese longer vowel. Isshin. So. Also, I want to talk about these. The new makers that the
What's
so
Toshi Taka.
Toshi Taka, yes.
Okay, these are cool.
These guys are great. The so knife maker, it's called Toshi Taka, out of Seki. His
let me hold them up here. Wow, it's very light. Wow,
it's
that's
really well made.
Okay. I'm with you. The feel is really nice.
But look at how the edge, like how thin the edge is. This is really hard to tell, but as like a Mike wants to do, like doing that little thinness test. Toshi Taka is the Tamada-san, actually, the sharpener. He owns this sharpening business in Seki. And he sharpens for a lot of like super famous knife companies that he can't really tell us details.
Yeah, of course not.
But he started his own brand called the Toshi Taka. So he puts all what he knows and puts on a knife like these. So like that one's beautiful. It's got the SG2 core, simple Tsuchime pattern, super thin. We have these ones with the Damascus. The precision on this taper, beautiful Damascus, and how thin this knife is right here is incredible. It's like, this is the kind of knife when you actually cut the daikon, radish, or the squash, things like that. Despite the fact it is like hard steel, you will feel you feel like there was nothing. It's like, oh well.
It'll pass through like nothing was there.
Yeah. So these are great for those people looking for a super thin and knife that,
And again, Toshi Taka. I feel like that should be Toshi Taka Industries.
Yeah, okay.
You mentioned that?
No, I didn't.
So I just wanted to jump in real quick. Somebody was asking a while ago about 210 millimeter lasers, and that is the 210 millimeter.
Oh yeah,
laser
that's an absolute laser. Oh, that is wild how thin and light that is.
Yep.
Okay, Toshi Taka. I hope we have lots of those. My choices are running out on me here. Okay. What now? What's exciting now?
What now?
Well, you know what? Why don't we take a quick break to have a word from our sponsors?
Oh.
And then we can be right back in about 5 minutes.
Sweet.
Sound
Sweet.
good?
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to let people know, Jacob? Hey, we're going to take a quick word from our sponsors, folks. Hope you enjoy these messages, and we'll see you soon.
We'll be right back.
Are you tired of smoking up the office with your Conroe grill, carbon monoxide poisoning, dead coworkers? Introducing the Iwatani Butane Desktop Grill! New from Iwatani at Knifewear. Cook your hot dogs, whatever you want, right here at your desk. No more dead staff, no more bodies to dispose of, just hot dogs. Amazing, amazing hot dogs, or whatever else you want to cook. Not just for the office, take it in the bath. Take it in the car. Snuggle up for an evening with the Iwatani grill in bed. Take it skiing. Oh wow, look at all these satisfied customers. Call now and get a free Shibata Tinker Sasquatch. Sasquatch not included.
Sharp knives rock. That's why we're here today. I'm Kevin. I own this little shop called Knifewear. We're going to teach you how to sharpen knives because a sharp knife is safer, a sharp knife makes your food taste better, and a sharp knife makes your days in the kitchen more enjoyable. Okay, this is how I sharpen a knife. What we're going to do is we're going to start with a coarser stone. This one's a 1000 grit. If your knife is very, very dull or has some damage, you may have to start with a 200 or a 500 grit stone. My knife is in pretty good shape, so I'm not going to bother with it. So what we're going to do, we're going to splash a bit of water on my 1000 grit stone here and get going. The trick is consistency. That's about 15 degrees. That's about what we want to sharpen that at. The trick is consistency. Keep it the same angle every stroke. We're going to do that until we get a burr along the entire edge of our knife. Well, there we go. Splash more water. Do the back side of the blade. You can see I'm still holding the knife in my right hand. We will always hold the knife in our right hand and always start on the right side of the blade. Now we've got a burr on that entire side. Quick stropping action on the stone. No weight, just more or less the weight of the knife. 2 forward and 1 back, and that's going to take the burr off our stone, or off our knife. And then we're going to finish the job on a leather strop. Give the edge a quick examine. Yeah, that's cutting into there nicely. So now what we need to do is move on to a finer stone. Like we said before, it's just like sandpaper. You start with a coarse stone and move on to a finer one. Give it a quick flattening. We always want to make sure our stones are true before we start. Otherwise, we can get very mixed results. I like to bevel the edges of my stone. It stops them from breaking so much. Sometimes they get bumped around and the edge might hit something hard and you'll knock a chip off the side of your stone. So keep the corners beveled and we make the stone a bit stronger. This is a 4,000 grit stone. So we've gone from the 1,000 to a 4,000, so we're going to get a finer edge here. And all we're doing is sharpening until we can hear the sound of the stones change, and on our fingertips it starts to feel smoother. And again, just dropping on the leather to remove any slight bit of burr, and then the side with the aluminum oxide. And another airplane. See, it's a nice smooth cut, and we can cut little curves into it as well. This lets us know that we've got a very sharp knife. The smoother and the quieter it cuts, the better.
If you're making matcha for a giant.
That's all they got. Matcha for a giant.
Oh, we're back.
Are we back? Well,
just in case you were wondering, we are complete amateurs. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what is the garage sale? Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that commercial. I sure did. I haven't seen that blast from the past in a while. Today is our garage sale preview and unboxing. We'll answer lots of questions. You can decide what you might want to buy on Monday, which is the first day of the garage sale. It starts at 8 a.m. online. Goes until the 10th, which is the Sunday, the 10th of November. What is it all about? What do we do? Why are we doing this?
So garage sale is all about fun, I guess. You know, like the twice a year or more often, we go to Japan, see blacksmiths, knife makers, and say hi. And sometimes, you know, we get to see knives that's brand new, maybe prototype, something that we haven't had before, or something like they
like those Yoshimunes we just checked out.
Yeah,
wow,
like
those things were
retired
badass.
blacksmith. So we source a lot of different unique knives, and we bring them all together and do this event. We call it garage sale because it's fun.
Well, garage sales are kind of a fun thing that indicates like sweet deals, right?
There's going to be a lot of cool, like sweet deals. The last knives that we talked about, Miyabi Ishin, super sweet deals. Also, we have a lot of knives that's like one of a kind by blacksmiths that we rarely see, right?
Yeah, there's a few. What's his name? There's a few Jackson Pollocks in our garage sale. They're not $20 though. No. But listen, like when you go to a store, it feels like a garage sale. We take all the tables apart. We cover the knife cases. There's knives everywhere. It's just so much fun. So we have stores here in Canada: Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, Vancouver, and Toronto. They will all open at 10 a.m. local time. We keep the inventory separate, so there's a bit of a fun day as far as what's available on Monday. It goes on sale at 8 a.m. You'll be able to put stuff in your cart this year, and you can hold it for about 3 minutes before it would, someone could buy it if they were a second ahead of you. So hopefully that solves a few issues, and you can always reach out to us at hello@knifewear.com.
Yeah. And garage sale without sale is not really a garage sale, I guess, so that we decided to do a little bit of sale on these items. There are knives that are on sale, like we mentioned earlier, Tsunehisa. Knives are all 20% off, but we decided to do some cool, like, microplanes, some graters. So let's talk about it really quick. This one here, Irogami, made by Tsuboe. Tsuboe is great grater maker.
Oh no, To.
Anyways, they're really good. They've done a really nice design on this. This one here, it kind of fits on a palm really nicely. So when you're
this is a really fun Japanese style of grater that's got like little spikes on it. It's not like a cheese grater that we typically use. So this is awesome for grating radishes like daikon, which is one of the real traditional ways of using it in Japan. Wasabi, fresh wasabi grated on this.
Ginger?
Works amazing on ginger, works wicked on garlic.
nutmeg.
Yep. Nutmeg. Yep.
And you can definitely do a parm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I've used it on that hard rind of parm to turn it into almost like that flour. So it makes it really, really fine. And with the ginger, it pulls out all the
the fibers,
the
right?
fibers.
It cuts all the fibers really good. And also, this one here is really designed to actually present at the table because it comes in so many different colors, right? So you have this one, if you have some like salad or Caesar salad, and you just put the chunk of parm right next to it, so that your guests can just have it on this and do this, or you can do the presentational style, and so that's why they made it so that it fits in on your palm.
I love using
really
it
nicely.
for anywhere I want to put in raw garlic, like in a bruschetta or a salsa or even something like hummus, because it makes it so fine and so smooth. It really disperses it, and you don't end up biting into a chunk of garlic. They're wicked. These are really beautiful,
You
too.
can use it for the rock salt, pink rock salt.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can do that, too.
How much do they cost?
These are $35 retail, but it's going to be a 20% off from that. So $7 off.
Before we move to the next thing, one of my favorite things to eat when I'm fortunate enough to get to go to Japan is this little fish. Sometimes it's a seasonal thing, the noroguro.
Yeah.
And they serve it to you whole, grilled over charcoal with salt. That's it.
Yep.
And then on the side, there's this grated daikon off of one of these things, kind of mounded up in a pile, and you dissolve that into a bit of, is it soy sauce? Or is it like a soy sauce dashi?
Yeah, soy sauce.
And soy sauce. And it's this sharp earthiness from the daikon and that umami of the soy sauce with that acidity, and you just put a little bit of that on a piece of grilled whitefish, and it is incredible.
I mean, a noroguro is probably one of the best fish that you can.
Yeah.
It's super rich. But yeah, well, come to think about it, like those fish, you could get the little lime or thing to just the. These are actually really nice little palm, very nicely presentable.
Maybe next week we'll
grater.
just do a video and we'll just talk for an hour of all of the things that we've managed to grate with one of these things.
Well, talk about graters. We have a lot of microplanes on sale too.
Wow, these things are indispensable in a kitchen.
Microplanes are so good, hey? I have different one at home. Apparently everything is 20% off those, except black. So microplane premium
Just discontinuing
series.
the color handles, I think.
So these are great. If you don't have one, it's something that you probably should have at least one in your kitchen.
Lemon zest, grating chocolate.
Yeah. Parmigiano is just got a nice fluffy feel. That's the best.
I feel like the guy from Iron Chef. Nacho-san.
Hugaza.
We just had a question which I think is worth clarifying right away. Justin Bishop, our buddy in the US, was asking if you add, so we have a new cart holding feature.
Right.
If you haven't heard this yet, so that you have time to buy the thing you want, you can add stuff to your cart on Monday morning. It'll hold it for 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes to continue shopping and check out, so you get your knife.
Canadian minutes.
You can add stuff from the garage sale. It will not be available to add to your cart until 8 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Before then, you cannot add it to your cart. So 8 a.m. onwards, you can add it to your cart. It'll hold it for 3 minutes. You can't add it before 8 a.m. Also, if you're not from Alberta, or even if you are, there is a time change here on Sunday morning. So make sure you double check the time zone on Sunday at some point, because in the middle of the night, Sunday morning, it changes. It goes back an hour. So just be aware of that.
Yep. No, there's one Sunday full to adjust your time as well. So yeah.
I'm moving to Saskatchewan. Not really.
Have fun.
The time zone's not
Time
that
zone's
good,
not-
but it's also not that bad.
Yeah. So we have those.
We have some other fun stuff. We've added to our repertoire wooden spoons. We've got some fun ones here from this company called Little Deer. They're made here in Canada. I particularly like this one. That's what I was saying, this would be perfect if you were making matcha for a giant. It's just this great little cup. It's like, I feel like this was needed yesterday for Halloween for stirring your cauldron. I don't know. I bought one. I love it. I don't really use it for much, but it's the perfect tasting tomato soup, quintessential kind of grandma spoon. I don't know.
I like this guy. It's really nice butter spreader.
Yep.
Nice carve to it. It fits in your hand very nicely.
Yeah, I like the spreader one too because it's like flat on one side and curved on the other.
Oh, it's a single bevel.
It's a single bevel spreader, but it also like is pretty good at getting inside the ridge of the jar.
Right. Yeah, so these are 20% off, as well as we have the...
One of our staff in a Toronto store actually, we brought them in and was back at her mom's house and realized that the spoon that they grew up with and like their mom had for 25 years in their kitchen was a Little Deer spoon. So they're really well built.
Tweezers. The blue, copper, and gold tweezers, these ones, are all 20% off as well. I guess, they're discontinuing these colors, so just gonna... These are really good though. Like, I love this small one. It's like so precise.
I really like the blue color. Whoop! It's like really electric blue.
Yeah.
Oh, those are very precise.
It's really nice and precise.
Yeah, these are tweezers. I worked in restaurants for a very long time, and when I started, no one used tweezers. They all used tongs. And several of us that are in my generation think when you use tweezers, you're a little bit like taking yourself a little too seriously. Like, what do you need these stupid tweezers for? Turns out they're awesome.
Is that how you roll the spaghetti?
You can roll your spaghetti. You can do all kinds of stuff. At home, I love them because I don't have to stick my hand in to get the pickle from the bottom of the jar.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. So these are great deals. They're actually all of these in the carts are 20% off. We have the Get It Right colors like teal, gray, and dark gray. Gray? Teal. Like various colors are on sale. These are actually
that's called slate gray.
Is that
slate gray, don't you know? Studio gray. Wouldn't you know it? Get It Right makes really great silicone spatulas. There's a piece of metal right down the middle of them so they don't get floppy when they're hot. I've got the little tiny guy, the mini spoonchula, and I'm probably going to buy a second one because it is in constant use. Yeah. It's perfect for so many reasons.
These are so good. It's like, and also I love this whisk.
The whisks are bulletproof, man, and there's so many little like wires in it.
I don't have any of the electric like the whatever the thing. I was like I was making a whipping cream yesterday. It took me like super fast because it just aerates it so fast, right?
Yeah.
I was like,
it is a whisk. It's just a better version of a whisk.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the same with their spatula stuff. So those select colors are 20% off. Something that's beautiful that we've got here on sale is a leather knife roll from a company called Cohen. We carry a number of their products. We think they're really well made. I was smelling it earlier. It smells like just beautiful, fresh, classic leather. So knife bags often have a specific purpose for people that obviously work in restaurants and need to carry their knives around with them. Hey, Jacob, do you want to flip it around so I can show the knife bag a bit better? So this is a really common build of a knife bag where you've got spots for some handles down here. You still want to put your knives in blade guards. This this leather flap on the top comes down over your knives, little pocket over here, and then you roll it up. Now, leather does age and gets more and more beautiful over time, as you probably know. If maybe you got a young chef, maybe you got an old chef in your life, and you're trying to find them a Christmas present, what would this retail at with the 20% off? Does anybody remember? They were like $320, I think, new. So, but we'll get a price check. Price check, please. Price check on Cohen knife bag. Price check. And they listen. It's just a beautiful knife bag. Sometimes when you build yourself a really beautiful collection of knives, like maybe you've got a couple of Yarokobis and a Manaka, and you need to take them and show them to your friends because that's what you want to do. I think putting them in a plastic bag would be incredibly rude. So putting them into a beautiful made leather roll is the way to do it.
Currently $400.
Okay, so this is regular price $400, so 20% off of that is whatever, $80.
$80, $320.
Okay, so it would be $320 retail after the 20% discount, which is pretty amazing. So, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so there is a section on our website, so it's a sales section. So if you go there, you'll find all these ones on sale, like including
We've got
aprons,
some toadfish, oyster shuckers, or oyster knives. You want to be pedantic. We've got some kids' aprons from medium rare, a couple other medium rare colors.
Yep.
The camo, which is legitimately real tree camo. So your friends won't make fun of you for having knockoff camo.
So yeah, these are all great deals. So if you've been thinking about, get like these are really good, So
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay,
Alrighty. So what's next?
what now?
I
It looks
can
like we
talk
got some yellow stickies here. We got some questions.
So many questions.
So many questions.
Thank you all for your patience. We will answer your questions.
It's been sitting here for a little while. Should I just
Yeah,
go?
this was one where I didn't want to put words in your mouth, so I thought you guys could pick your top 5
Well,
Gyutos.
you can probably go pick one. I can talk about these knives.
And we also had somebody just asking about 210s in general. So.
Oh, sweet. I can
Okay.
tag
So I'm
team
just
that
gonna
together.
since Mike is
Thank
picking
you.
those ones
I
up,
will.
I am actually opening up some of the super
under.
cool knives here. These ones here. Jacob, if you can actually switch the camera, that would be fantastic. Thank you. These are, they call it Shiosai. The Hado is the knife maker in Sakai. And this one here is made with SG2 stainless steel. And look at this pattern. Shiosai means a sound of sea or the sound of wave. So you can see this original very special Tsuchime pattern makes it look like you are on, looks like a bubbles in the sea, I think. It's got a little octagonal shapes all around, like different sizes. What they've done is they actually took this really nice piece of steel, and the team of the Hado, with the Maruyama-san on the top, I guess, took this blade and sharpened it. Super nice, high, tall bevel, really thin behind the edge. Since it's the name, it's the Shiosai, the sound of ocean. We do have regular handles with the walnut, but they decided for some limited runs, they put this like blue colored stabilized wood. So it does look like we just picked it up from the ocean. I don't know if that means anything, but it's super nice and thin. It's really nice made. So if you're looking for something like this, it's the Shiosai, Shiosai. You'll be able to find the one with the blue color custom handles or the regular ones with the handles. Alrighty. So we got some.
Well, we got some top 5 Gyutos under 350, and then we got a question about some 210s. So I grabbed both 210s and 240s here, and we got a variety of things, 350 and a little bit over. So what's a Gyuto? Gyuto is a chef's knife. When you look at the outline of the blade, that's what the words we use, Gyuto, Santoku, Nakiri. That's describing this profile of the blade, the shape of it. Now there's much more that goes into it, but that's just one of our favorite ways to identify a knife. When you hear us say the numbers like 210, 240, what we're often dropping out of that is millimeters, and more often than not, that's measurement from the heel of the blade to the tip of the blade here. On rare occasions, it starts the measurement back at the handle. But a 240 Gyuto, to me, is the knife that rules them all. You can do everything with it. I recently just did a whole bunch of meal prep stuff and made tons of soups and stuff for the winter, and it was a 240 that did all of the work the whole time. Why do I like it? Because the blade itself, the mass, the size of the edge, the length of the edge, it allows you to just blow through anything you're cutting. You get very little resistance, and you don't find yourself at a spot where you need to push the knife through. So, so we've got some, yeah. So we've got a couple of great options here. Now, this is a Makoto SG2, which is the steel type, which is powdered stainless, which is really all about edge retention and not rusting. Powdered stainless is really, really wicked steel. And this is $317 for a 240 millimeter Gyuto. That is a wicked price for the performance you're going to get here. It's a nicely polished blade, and that's where some of the price goes up is when we start looking into Damascus, and it's just harder to make, so it's more expensive. And this blade is beautiful. I love how well it's ground, and it's got a ridge right about here. You can see the reflection actually. And what's going to happen is as you cut through, the ridge is going to push the food off of the face of the blade, and you'll have less resistance. Now, this VG10 camo is 240 millimeters again, and $325. VG10 stainless steel. This VG10 is like one of the anchors of Japanese kitchen knives. It is a wicked, wicked steel, and it does everything you want a knife to do. Now, this is a solid handle. It's Paka wood, so it's like plywood, but it's pressed with a bunch of resin, so it's really durable, water resistant, and these knives are I mean, they're relatively thin on the scale of a kitchen knife, but as far as a Japanese knife goes, we do feel like these are pretty beefy and they're quite resilient. So that is the Camo VG10 Gyuto 240 under 350. What else we got? We have a Sunehisa Nijukyu, which is this is an AUS8 steel. Again, AUS8 is a bit more of a durable steel, like we were talking before. If you don't know, Japanese knives, hard steel, which is why they can be sharp and keep their edge as long as they do, which is longer than normal. Can also mean that you got to be a little bit more careful. You don't cut bones, frozen food, shells, stuff like that. AUS8, this steel type is wicked because it's a little bit more forgiving, so that makes this knife good if you've got someone who likes to turn up the Led Zeppelin and hammer their knife on a cutting board. Like, old habits can kind of die hard, so maybe you go with the flow and get a knife that's a little tougher. But this is a beautiful shape. I love the curve on the spine of this knife.
That's 270 millimeters.
Sorry,
too.
That's right. I was just going to say, this feels bigger than 240.
It's actually big. And for the price, if you're looking for something big at a really reasonable price, this is great.
That's wild. Yeah. Do you know what I want a 270 for is for cutting steak? We're in beef country here, and man, it's still expensive here. And sometimes the way to get around it is to buy primals or bigger pieces of meat and cut it yourself. And a 270 millimeter Gyuto is the perfect knife for that job.
Yep.
What else we got here? VG7. This is another. Oh, it's Ryusei. So this is another.
Mike, can you please compare the grind of the Minamo and the Makoto?
Minamo?
Yeah.
And which Makoto? That one?
Probably the one I just showed.
Okay, because this one's also Makoto too.
So, this is the Minamo. It's I've got the 210 here at $475. SG2 steel with this cool sort of like circular tsuchime on it, that overlap. I would say that this is very thin right behind the edge, and then starts to flare up right here. So it's like got a gentle taper, and then it flares right at the bevel, top of the bevel here. And that makes me say that it is like lightly hollow ground. So yeah, this will really drive food off right up here, but it's very thin all the way, halfway up the bevel. In comparison to this Makoto, which is pretty straight all the way up. Can we see the tip? Yeah, so they widen the bevel at the tip, which is great because as the knife narrows, you have to lower the bevel to keep it the same angle. That kind of makes sense. And a lot smoother, more of a rounded bevel. They're similar but different. I would say that the Makoto is probably a little thicker, which would give you a bit more power. And the Minamo, I would say, is going to err on the side of finesse. It's also just like real beautiful. Now this guy here, the Ryusei, which is also made by Makoto, is VG7 steel. But I really like when they do this, where they bring the bottom of the knife out here. This is the choil, or sometimes the bolster, whatever you want to call it. Right, but that spot there, I like that because this is where the knife is balanced, is right in front of the handle. So when I'm holding the knife, I'm not covering up sort of part of the edge of the knife. I don't know, just moves it out from the handle a little bit further. And this bevel is interesting. It feels like it's kind of flat on one side. Oh, it's a little bit taller. No.
Flat on one side.
Thank you. That's the nicest thing you said to me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What else we got here? Well, we're running over some 210s too. There's all kinds of different sizes and shapes of knife. A 210 millimeters, around 8 inches. That's a knife that's really functional in most people's kitchens because it's big enough to do most jobs, but not so big that you're feeling like you got a big knife in your hand. This is the Wakui. This is a guy whose family comes from a lineage of people who've made crowbars, like hand-forged crowbars. And they're very, very nice. They're subtle. They don't look very flashy, but they're incredibly well made. I love this sort of foggy Kasumi finish on it. And this is a stainless steel layer of cladding on the outside. The core steel that you just see sticking out from the edge is white carbon steel. So white carbon's great. Really, really nice to sharpen. Really good at edge retention. Rusts. It does rust, and it can chip, like with most Japanese steels, but white carbon steel is kind of less forgiving in some of those durability features, but it is wickedly sharp. And then again, I got a Tsunehisa here, the Saji Gyuto. So just sort of to show two different versions of a knife, right? Shiny, Damascus, Western handle, right? Versus the Japanese handle, more of a subtle aesthetic to the blade. You know what? These are both awesome, and you wouldn't make a bad decision. You got to go with your gut sometimes and what you feel, what makes you happy to look at, and if this makes you happy because it's shiny and flashy, absolutely do it. It's a AUS 10 steel. It's $292, and that's after the 20% discount because it is a Tsunehisa knife.
Okay.
Okay, go.
Okay, so someone is asking if there's any something similar to Masashi Kobunka, the Kokuen Kobunka.
Oh.
And you know what, though?
There sure is.
This here, I just showed you the one with the blue handle, Shiosai series. This is the one with the walnut, like mono walnut handle here. This series looks actually like how high the blade is and the length and stuff. Exactly look like the Masashi Kobunka. It's like really nice and tall. And what's
I bet
really
you it's a little
similar-
bit thinner though.
What's really similar is that, similar, like really nice and thin. Both ones are really nice and thin. This one also really nice and thin. It probably gets very similar. This one, the Shiosai, they actually started out from the rolled out steel that's been actually roll forged. So it's got a really same thickness throughout the blade.
Okay, yep.
It doesn't taper. So this one has the may feel a little thinner. Because it's it doesn't.
Oh, I see.
Down. Yep. If you're looking for a similar function at the very reasonable price, it's the this Mune Ishi-san from Tosa. They make this small Gyuto, 120 millimeter Gyuto. It acts like the Kobunka or Kogyuto or small Gyuto, right? It's stainless steel on the outside of the Aogami number 2 carbon steel. It's got really enough height so that you can actually do a little bit of chopping motion. The bevel is actually quite high as well, so when you're cutting a carrots and stuff, it actually slides very nicely too. So these two could be a great alternative.
Yeah. Those
to
are the little knife that could, right? Like
Yeah.
you can do so much stuff with a knife like this. These are Kogyutos and Kobunkas.
Yeah.
They're sometimes it's a knife that you're using and you think, boy, I should probably use a bigger knife for this job, but whatever, and you make it work because they are little powerhouse knives.
Okay, so, we get to talk about this. So we have this new shape from the Kotetu line. Art over beauty.
It's a great sticker.
It comes with a sticker
Shiba.
as well. Yeah.
We should talk about Shiba.
Yeah.
He's one of our best friends in Japan.
Yep.
He and Kevin have been friends for a very long time. And you know what? They are two guys who really started into Japanese kitchen knives around the same time and grown and developed together. And Shiba's doing all of these really great different projects. And one of the first ones he did after Masakagi, because he started with this brand we love called Masakagi, and then he got into Kotetsu. And Kotetsu is very cool, and he named it Kotetsu because, I'll show you the sticker here, is because he named it after this really classic Japanese battleship, and that was the front of the boat. So he makes the tip of the knife look like the front of the boat.
The type of the boat is called an ironclad.
It's called an ironclad boat, that's right. I didn't know that until just right now. Thank you, Mason.
You're welcome.
Mason the historian. And he has, this time around, this is the first time I've seen it, he's come out with a nakiri. And you might ask, well, how would you put that tip, the ironclad tip, on a nakiri? Well, you do that. You just just do it.
So
you just take it and you put it at you take the corner of your nakiri and you just kind of knock it off.
So it's
right
it's
at
not,
the end.
you know, when you receive this, it's not like we didn't chip it. It actually came like that. It's a micro tip. But the nakiri, this one here is actually AS Aogami Super with stainless clad, and this one here is SG2. This one here is both, or the old Kotetsu knives, or like how he sharpens it is such like
wildly
in a way that's so well thin and tapered. So it tries to balance between the super nice sharpness as well as like it's that point right about the durability as well. It doesn't want to make it too thin, or too thin that it becomes too fragile. So this, he calls this a boss bunka. Compared to regular bunka, it's taller, and it actually has a little bit more curvature or the slight rock to the blade as well. So it's like really, and extra height is such fantastic.
It feels like a boss bunka.
Yeah, right.
And it's like a little bit longer.
Yeah, feel like a boss.
What is this? 210?
225 millimeters.
Oh, 225. Yeah, awesome.
So it's great. It's really nice because it's taller. Spine thickness the same as say 210 or 240.
Oh.
It actually tapers more gradually.
Oh.
So you feel actually thinner when you're using boss bunka than the regular Kotetsu, which is actually a little bit of plus. So someone's
Want
asking,
to feel thinner? Try boss bunka.
So if you can actually keep that, hey, I want to keep that. Not many. Not sure how exact number I can.
Yeah, it's never a thing we get a lot of.
You can probably look at our.
I have a vague answer. I have an annoying answer, but it's the right answer. If there's a knife you really want, go on knifewear.com Monday, November 4th at 8 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. These knives go fast. We don't get huge numbers of the really, really cool and rare stuff, especially stuff like this. He just doesn't make a lot of them. And so you want to hop on the website a few minutes early, make sure your autofill is correct, make sure your credit card info is correct, and it's ready to go. And then add it to your cart as soon as the sale starts at 8 a.m., like the second it starts.
Yep.
Then you got 3 minutes to shop around and fill out your info and hit checkout and pay and everything.
Yep.
But if you really want a knife, get it right away, because it will go quick. Even if there were 10 of these, they would probably go very quickly on Monday. Yeah. And there's probably not 10 of them.
Yeah.
There's probably like less than 5.
Probably.
Yeah.
Less than 5.
Less than 5.
Few.
So here, someone wanted to compare.
Oh, I see.
So that's why I just to keep bringing. So someone want to compare these to the other, specifically asking for Yoshimi SG2, as well. Someone wanted to compare Yoshimi SG2 to Toshi Taka. So I brought all three to kind of do the comparison too. So difference here is that all made with the same steel, SG2. So if I actually do the ranking on how thin the behind edge is, how probably gonna glide, how it cuts into some like root veggies. I'm probably gonna do Boss Bunka the first place, then Toshi Taka. This one is super thin. And despite Yoshimi Kato-san's SG2 is still super thin, compared to these two, this kind of but still, this one's really nice and thin as well. But the Boss Bunka is extremely thin. And as I kind of mentioned, because it's taller blade, it tapers a lot more gradually. I really like Toshi Taka-san's how thin he sharpens as well. So it's great. And also, don't get me wrong, this Yoshimi Kato's SG2 also is one of the razor knife. It's really, really nice and thin.
How long is that knife?
Boy.
Which one?
The one you're holding.
165 mil.
Thank you.
So, if you compare that, depends on what you're looking at, but thinnest probably is this guy, then this and that, but all of these are pretty thin. So, hi. Yes, hi. There.
We have questions.
Yes. And we have answers.
Real quick, can you just...
Yeah, let's talk about the garage sale while Naoto kind of susses out our lineup of questions here. Garage sale starts Monday, November the 4th at 8 a.m. Mountain Time, and it is awesome. We bring in all sorts of cool stuff to the garage sale. It's stuff Naoto finds when he's on his purchasing trips. Kevin was just in Japan, and we got some boxes like mid-transfer. We might actually get some restock midway through the sale, but Monday mornings when it kicks off, get online, buy stuff. Here today we are going through the inventory, which you can see but not buy on the website. And if you have questions about things, we're going through a question and answer period. We're talking about what the sale is. It's awesome. It's a great time if you want to pick up a knife for someone for a Christmas present. Maybe you're that person you want a Christmas present for. But we've got wicked things like this little Deba.
So John May's asking if that comes with the sheath, and which unfortunately not. I know there is a company in Japan who sells that knife with the sheath, but that sheath is made exclusively for that retailer in that region. So unfortunately, we couldn't get any that.
So a Deba like this is a great knife for butchering fish. This one, added feature, fish scaler on the spine. VG10 makes it stainless steel. It's $195. It's a little one. I think the reason John May wants that with a sheath is so he can take it on a boat. Because that would be awesome to have on a boat when you're fishing. Unless it's a rowboat.
Someone wanted to see some single bevels, and we got some cool single bevels.
Yeah, what are these?
Jacob, do you have the regular finish Masashi in your room?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna mention that. So this one here, did I just mention that?
No, it's Masashi.
Yes. Look at like the black finish Kurochi, but you see the little layers. Sakimaru Takohiki from, oh yeah, look at it. So nice. We call it, we have the similar knife with the SLD, Kuroshu. He is so talented that he was able to make with the white carbon steel Damascus finish on his outside. We had him actually before, like a while back, like 4 or 5 years ago, and we wanted to bring it back, and it took them 5 years to bring it back. But
I have a Masashi single bevel. It is awesome.
It's awesome.
Okay.
Someone's asking I think it's maybe just a typo, but someone's asking, what is Kurochi? Are there fake Kurochi? If we have a
You're
product,
a fake Kurochi.
if we have a product with saying Kurochi, it's probably me typing it wrong. Sometimes when you make a product and try to make it. Jacob, can you see if there is any product with saying Kurochi instead of there's lacking the U in the middle?
Oh, that's probably Mason's writing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just don't go by spelling.
Yeah.
On my.
It's Mason writing. Come on.
Yeah.
But I mean, like,
Use graphics.
what do you mean? Are there fake Kurochi?
Yeah. Is it painted on? Like.
Is there such
Oh,
thing as fake Kurochi?
oh, I see.
So I gotta do some Kurochi knives to talk about.
Yeah, all right.
Does anyone just use a Sharpie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Essentially.
No, actually Kurochi is it's a burnt metal, burnt steel. Like Moritaka-san. Have you ever seen how they heat treat the knives?
Yeah, in a
the
fire.
workshop? Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
super hot fire, and when they come out, it's all black, right?
Yeah.
It's a burnt steel. So these scales are all
It's just what's left over after the process, and it's a blacksmith's finish because they don't go through the last step of polishing it off.
Yeah, so, they just polish the bevel part here. This one here, Aogami Super from Moritaka-san. We get them once a year. This time we actually ordered some like shapes that we hadn't had for a little while. This one is like deba.
This is the Kawamuki. This is like a peeling knife.
Yeah.
Kind of like a little mini Yusuba.
I love this, like how thick this one is, beveled on both sides. It's got the nice taper here from here to down like this.
We all really like the Moritakas. They're just lovely humans. One of the things I like about the Moritaka Deba, this one is not single bevel, but also when I was at their house, that's the knife they use in their kitchen. And for everything,
right?
Not just like for fish.
You know what they told us is that for the blacksmith, they actually like forging deba the most.
Oh yeah, why is that?
Because it's a more free forging, right? Like they have to shape it and stuff rather than making it flat. So it's more free.
Oh, they get to express themselves.
Yeah, yes. So it was really really nice.
What are we moving on to here? We got some. Is this Sakai Takayuki?
Should we just like I guess.
Let's clear out some questions here.
Yeah, there. Okay, what's that?
Saji SG2 Nickel Damascus Western Handled Saki Maru Sujihiki 240 millimeters is this guy. And it comes in this beautiful Paulina box, which is why I'm holding it up in this box. It's an ironwood handle. This is handsome.
Kikumori.
Wow.
I know.
Look at that. Okay, Saji does a really wicked job on knives. I love how tall this is as a Sujihiki. It's a little bit taller than normal. I think this would excel at portioning meat. I also want to point out there's oh look, it's right in my face. Is like there's a fine texture to that surface of the blade, which means way less surface tension, which means your knife goes smoothly through the food you cut.
I brought you a present.
And it's proud. Look how tall this is. Oh, thank you. Hot. SG2 is powder stainless steel, which means it's going to stay sharp like crazy for a long time. And it is stainless, so it'll always look beautiful like this. And if you're going to stand at the head of a table and carve a piece of meat that you've gently and delicately roasted, you might as well do it with a beautiful knife. There we go. Hopefully that answered your Saji SG2 blah, 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 blah question.
People are asking about SG2 and its rustability.
It is...
SLD, sorry.
Oh, SLD. Yeah, we have a lot of knives we get that are made with a steel that's called SLD. It's a type of steel. SLD. So to make steel stainless, you add chromium, especially in kitchen knives. There's other, like nickel sometimes too. But when it comes to what we deal with, chromium. And to make something technically stainless steel, it's got to be like 10.65% chromium or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
What happens is chromium oxidizes instantaneously, whereas non-chromium, like regular steel, just sort of goes gray over time. That's actually a really good thing to get on your knife. Orange is what would happen after that, and that's bad. You got to get rid of the orange. That's rust. So SLD is about 5%.
SLD is weird. SLD has a 13% chromium in it.
Right.
So usually it will be considered as a stainless steel.
Yeah.
Except the SLD is actually considered a semi-stainless steel. It is really close to this stainless steel though. So it's very unlikely to get an orange rust.
Yeah.
It will patina it. It may actually patina it a little bit more than the stainless steel. But having the orange rust on the SLD is very unlikely.
Yeah, and we do find, interestingly, some places where we get the knives from, the more finely they've polished the steel, the less likely it
and
tarnishes.
And also, it's very interesting. If it's actually forged, they're actually less likely to get out.
It's just like the science of the metallurgy.
Yeah, anyways. Yeah. But there is actually a steel like this, they call it Chromax or VS1. That is the steel, the 4 or 5%.
Sorry, it was the VS1 I was thinking about.
And these are semi-stainless steel. It can get the orange rust if you're pretty, like this one's Kagekyo Chromax. It's really well made. But VS1 can get orange rust if you're actually pretty bad at it.
You know, it's always like, think about it like this. It is stainless. It's not stain never. Put it in the ocean and it will rust for sure. Put it around a lot of acid and you'll see the steel change. So this is what you do when you get a knife, is you cut with it, and when you're finished using it, you dry it off. And often as you're cutting, you're going to wipe stuff off your knife, and maybe not go for the full, like take it to the sink, soap, water, wash, dry.
Yeah.
So you just use a knife and you keep it dry.
Yeah.
With stainless steel, you don't need to really be as, on top of it. When you've got something that's carbon steel, you need to be more attentive to wiping any water off it. So like the evaporation is what causes that oxidizing. So if we're talking about maintenance when it comes to carbon steel or stainless steel or semi-stainless steel, what you need to do is use the knife and wipe it dry. And if it's carbon steel or even the semi-stainless, it's going to tarnish. It's going to turn gray and cloudy. That's a patina. That's an oxide layer that's going to reduce the speed at which it will tarnish or oxidize. So don't scrub that off. This is what I'm getting to, is I find a lot of people say, I'm going to be really good with my carbon steel knife, and at the end of every day, I am going to polish it until it's bright and shiny again. If you do that, you will be fighting an uphill battle. You'll be chasing your tail. Lean into the patina. If you think the patina looks dirty and you don't like the look of the water spots on it, get stainless steel. Because that's you want that patina, so you got to lean into it. You got to build it up. I often like to explain to people you have to earn your patina, and once you get that patina built up, off to the races. Until you cut a bunch of lemons, and then you got to start again.
Yeah. Another thing. Well, this has been actually sitting here for quite a while, so it's not related. Sorry. Someone's asking for compare the Kikumori Gyutos to the Moritaka. So. I brought a few Kikumoris, different makers, so can talk about it a little bit. Sakai Kikumori is a very interesting knife company. They do deal with different makers, different blacksmith. And also, they do actually, collaborate with the knife makers like Minomo Kajiya-san. So they have different look to it, right? We have this very traditional Sakai style Gyuto from Kikumori. Nice and thin, nice tall bevel, Ginsan stainless steel, forged by Nakagawa-san. This one here is the blacksmith in the Kyushu area. Super nice tall.
I love this knife.
Yeah, it's really nice, right? It's like super nice and tall. Stainless clad Aogami number 2. You have this knife, right? No? Oh, you haven't had one yet. This was really nice. So in comparison, well, simply compare these three. Moritaka-san's, 1, it's all carbon steel. 2, it's slightly skinnier. Like, it's not as tall. If you like the it's really profile, I guess, how it feels when you're holding it. It's all carbon steel, so it, as Mike was saying, this is something that you want to keep dry all the time, where these two are not. It's really hard to do the straight comparison to because it's so different.
So I've used all of these knives. What I can tell you about Moritaka, which always keeps me coming back, is this. If you look for the imperfections in Moritaka, you will find it. On paper, you can probably find things that are better. What I like about Moritaka knives, every time I use them, I love the way it feels when I cut food. I love the way they feel. Sure, they can rust. Sure, the kurochi is going to fade off of it. Maybe there's steel that will stay sharper longer. But when I'm cutting with them, they work wickedly every time. Now, this guy, I do really like using because it is just bigger, and that mass gives you momentum when you're cutting through stuff. And if you're cutting a lot of stuff, that's an advantage. And if you get good at cutting and you can cut quickly, that is also an advantage because it just lets the knife do the work. I really do like this Nashiji finish on this knife too.
So that one is Sakai Kikumori Aogami Nashiji. That's when you're looking for one on our website. This one is Sakai Kikumori Ginsan. And as you probably know, the Moritaka AS or the Aogami Super.
I also think with Ginsan steel is if you want a carbon steel knife but you really don't want to deal with the rust, get Ginsan.
It does feel like
it feels like carbon steel.
Yeah. Well, my colleague just put this giant box right next to me, and probably want us to talk about it, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look who's here.
Oh yeah.
Look who's here. Fresh and direct, straight off the plane. Maybe not that fresh.
Oh, super unfresh.
Super unfresh.
Super unfresh.
All right. You gotta have to talk to the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Kevin Kent, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, folks. I just got back from Japan. I am super jet lagged.
and Mike and I are now connected. Isn't that awesome?
Together forever. There.
Now, so did you see these?
Yes.
Did you talk about these?
No, I haven't.
Do you want to?
We can.
If you open it, they're not going to be worth anything.
This is mine. I'm allowed to open it.
Oh, okay.
Naoto, tell us about these.
Well, you can tell us about this.
Well, they are the guardians of the artist. Where's the? Do we have the top camera going here? If I put it right there, do you see that? It's like Pokemon cards for Sanjo craftsmen, blacksmith and paper makers and other kind of steel makers, whatever. And if you open them up, now you're gonna have to help me on this because I don't know anything about Pokemon cards.
I don't know anything about Pokemon cards either.
You're my resident hero on this. Nathan's gonna have to teach us something.
Yeah. Well, it comes with the
there's a
pack
front and a back to the cards.
It comes with the pack of 5 cards. Each has its own characters. There are in total of, I believe, 124 characters, each representing a craftsman or the company in that region.
Like that one.
Yes, like this one. The local, so those designs are done by a local anime manga school in Sanjo. The students. So they came up with some anime looking characters. This one here represents a Tadafusa.
Yep. Look, she's got tongs and she's got a Gyuto in her tongs there. She's blacksmithing.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, they made these cards as a promotion for the local industry in Sanjo and Tsubame. And I bought all of them that I could find at this one store, which was about 72 packs of these cards.
So they have,
and I think they're $7 each or $8 each.
$6 each.
Well, $6 each.
Yeah.
Okay, well there we go.
The so here, like construction company, air purifying company. Hocho Kobo Tadafusa.
Now, nobody says superhero quite like an air purifying company. Very typical anime lady.
Financial. So it's not only the craftsman, but it's a lot of different companies in that area. 124 different kinds.
And there's a bunch of blacksmiths in there.
And you can fight, basically. You can play with these cards, apparently. So it's got a different, things.
Yeah, it's like Pokemon.
Yeah. Right.
Gotta collect them all, I say.
I don't know. What?
Somebody's got their hand up. Jacob,
where do we buy these cards?
Probably you could buy them at a place called Knifewear. So knifewear.com and any Knifewear store.
Yeah.
Because we are doing a live stream right now of our Knifewear garage sale preview.
Yes.
What's the garage sale now, To?
So garage sale happens twice a year. Kevin just came back from Japan. I came back from Japan a month ago. We go to Japan twice a year, or more, sometimes often, and see those people, blacksmiths, knife makers, and they have sometimes they have super, super cool knives, one of a kind, prototypes sometimes, or sometimes knives that they discontinue for a little while. That we get them pretty good.
Sometimes new blacksmiths or new makers. Yeah. Sometimes some scratch and dent stuff. So the garage sale is non-usual items.
Yeah, exactly.
So it can be scratch and dent. It can be retired testing knives from the shops.
Yep.
It can be blacksmith that we don't generally deal with, or new people, or blacksmith's ideas, or prototypes, one of a kinds. And I just thought these cards were super fun. And I know that too many of the staff are excited about these.
Yeah. So.
By the way, myself and the staff, none of us are allowed to buy anything until the first day the sale's over. So we're not going to pick and choose all the best stuff and buy it before you guys.
So these cards should be available at the stores as well as online. Should be. And starts on Monday, November 5th? 4th.
Monday,
8 a.m. Mountain Standard Time.
8 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Online, and the stores at 10 a.m. We have stores in Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, and Toronto.
Yeah.
Did I get everyone? Okay.
Yeah. And if it's like anything like previous years, there'll be lineups outside the shop before 10 o'clock.
Yeah. And each store's inventory is actually basically offline from the online store. So if you go to the store, you find something that's actually unique.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So if you go to the stores, you'll find on Monday.
On Monday,
Go to the stores on Monday. you're going to have unique products, so you don't have to worry about somebody on the internet snatching your
Exactly.
product from you.
Exactly. And
Which also means that about 6 o'clock in the evening or 8 o'clock in the evening, we'll flick a switch and all of the inventory from the shops will go back to the online store available there.
Exactly.
So I think there's probably 3 times you really need to look at when you can get new stuff on this site. So Monday morning, when the sale opens, is great. And then Monday evening, there'll be more online knives available when the stores close. We'll ship that all into the online store. And also, Wednesday or Thursday when we've got latecomers, and I know we've got packages in the post already that haven't, they just haven't arrived yet. So hopefully Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday packages
I don't know if they're here yet. No, they aren't.
No, and some of the stuff I bought's not coming. I bought some really wacky stuff. I bought 390 millimeter bread knives.
The longest one was like 450 millimeter.
I got a 450 millimeter bread knife and slicers, and I bought some massive.
These are coming.
Bread knives and slicers.
Are we planning on doing that live stream?
Yeah, so we do a live stream on Thursday at 2 p.m.
Yeah.
For late arrivals. It's very romantic. Yeah, we do a Thursday afternoon, evening live stream, 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, just to show what's still left in the sale. It's cool. You know, late arrivals, that kind of stuff. You know. Scratch and dents, that kind of thing. Yeah, so it's a more chill live stream, but it's a lot of fun. You know what? We are contractually obligated to now share a word from our sponsors. So we're going to do that, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Outstanding.
Stew season, baby. Onion, potato, turnip, carrots, garlic, flour, pepper, salt, stewing beef. Preheat your pan. Meat's back on the menu, boys. Onions and garlic. Oh, salt for the salt gods. Village Blacksmith beer. Deglaze. Japanese donabe. More beer. Beef. Let it simmer while you drink 2 to 3 beers. Skim the fat, unless you feel like leaving it in there. Add your root vegetables. Potatoes, rutabagas, and your carrots. Top it up with beef stock, only the best. And simmer for 1 more beer. Frozen peas, only the best. Bubble, bubble, toil and trouble. It's really hot, but it's really good. Stew season, it's here. Cook stew, drink beer.
我哋一齊炒飯，好唔好啊？開始啦 ！Crush your toasted 飯焦 ，mince your 豆瓣醬，辣味臘腸 ，garlic, ginger, and 豆瓣醬。Day old jasmine rice. Wash it first. Listen to it sizzle. Break up those clumps. Salt, 燒酒 ，whip with chopsticks. Eggs in. Ooh, that's getting hot. Soy sauce around the outsides. MSG. Sichuan peppercorn. Oh, this is smelling good now. Heat off. Horsehair cut chilies and scallions. Tiny bit of sesame oil. Zaytun, chao fan.
You damn kids with your TikToks, keep cutting your fingertips off, eating a whole cucumber. Here's how you do it without cutting your fingers. Grip your cucumber up here. Use a sharp mandolin so you don't have to force it. Once you get near the tip, go slow, take your time. And then just get rid of this. Soy sauce. Rice vinegar.
Wow.
Sesame oil.
Yeah, boy.
Salt. Laogan ma, lots. Black sesame, MSG, obviously. Don't breathe this. It's fucking good. Stop cutting your fingers, please.
This cutting board is super dry and needs some care. This is Clapham Salad Bowl blend. We're gonna slap a bunch of that on here. Give it a great massage. All 6 sides. It needs a nice even coat everywhere we lather, slather, slop, slip, slap. Be kind to your bottoms. Leave it overnight, wipe off the excess, and you're good to go.
It's International Hot Dog Day. Let's make the Knifewear dog. Costco glizzies. Unleash the glizzies. Hot dog water all in my hands. This is going to create lots of texture for the tare to sink into. A little jalapeno. Don't touch your eyes. And thinly slice some green onion on the bias. And into some ice water. Gotta pat down this cheese, it's so wet. Green Life Conroe Grill. Knifewear Ogatan Charcoal. Glizzies. Little dip in Lordy's Tare. Dip and flip. Nope. A little bit of the good stuff. A little Knifewear Togarashi. Jalapenos. And of course some scallions. Gotta have the Logan Ma. We just got these beautiful new donabe in from Japan. I'm gonna cook some food in this guy and tell you all about what donabe are, how they work. Got some ingredients here, let's get cooking. If you've never seen one before, a donabe is a traditional Japanese clay pot. And the name translates to, you guessed it, clay pot. They're used these days in Japan for making hot pot or for just cooking rice in. But it's a great dish to cook around communally. I like to break mine out when I've got family or friends coming over, folks that I want to sit around a nice steaming bowl of delicious soup with and share a tasty meal with. Today I'm keeping the flavors pretty simple. I'm just making some dashi with some bonito flakes and some kombu. I'm going to use a little sake, a little soy sauce in there. I've got some lotus root that's going to go in there, some cabbage, some chicken, some mushrooms. Again, just keeping the flavors nice and light and simple and letting the ingredients shine for themselves. I've even got fresh locally made noodles, but you can use dried ones as well, and they're great. It may be warming up outside, but donabe is especially nice to cook with in the fall, winter, and even the early spring when it's cold outside. But really, anytime you want to enjoy some hot pot is a great time to have donabe. If you want to grab one of these for yourself, you can pick them up at knifewear.com along with the burners or at your local Knifewear store.
Oh, what are you looking at?
I don't know.
Genbu. It's the turtle that protects the south.
South,
the east? The east.
These are some pretty wild knives from Makasta that they made very, very few of.
Someone asked us about
and
these.
These are wild.
So, Makasta, they to celebrate their I think 20-year anniversary on the kitchen knife making, they've started making this like super cool limited run edition set of knives like these. This is their fourth, and this is the probably best yet when it comes to the quality and how it looks. This one here is the Genbu Genbu series. Genbu is this turtle god in Chinese mythology to protect the south of the south. But because it's a turtle god or the monster or whatever mythical character, if you look at this hammer pattern on the tsuchime, it's a turtle shell look. And it is made with VG10 and VG10 and VG2 coreless Damascus on the edge, and they added another layer on the outside to get that pattern on them. It's like really, really crazy. It only produced 50 in the world. We got the 49 of 50. And look at it's like turtle. It's like tail.
Look at the little detail. Yeah. Oh, this is absolutely wild.
And it comes in a set of 4 for $5,000 Canadian.
It comes in this box.
Yeah. Really beautiful box like this, and it comes in a really nicely packed. So this is stunning piece of the art. Comes with the peri, santoku, gyuto, and kiritsuke.
Okay. We have a load of questions to get through, so we are going to turn it on and go speed round.
We do this one later.
I think at some point you'll know how to answer that question.
Okay. Alrighty, so. Okay.
Carefully move
Show
these out of the way.
Hatsukokuro.
The answer is the friends who make long.
All right, someone's been very patiently waiting to see
not
the...
someone, several people's.
Yeah, waiting to see the Hatsukokuro SLD Kurochi Kiritsuke Gyuto. This is such stunning piece. It's got the copper and SLD in the core, forged by the Go Yoshizawa-san and the team in the Nigara Hamono. It's really, really stunning piece. It's nice and thin behind the edge. It's
Yeah. But then he put it on the sander and took off this bit on the spine and shows the copper on the spine.
Yeah. I know,
oh my God.
Yeah, it's like.
I bet you the moment he did that, he was like, "Oh, how come I didn't do that before?"
Right.
Huh. What a cool knife. Oh, it looks like it's a piece of stone that's just been turned into a knife. Which, I mean, it's iron, so it kind of has, but, you know.
Thanks, Mike.
Right? Thank you. Yeah. You know what I mean, though? Just like it looks like someone just picked it up and put a handle on it. It is very light in a way. It feels very, very balanced. It's such a solid feeling blade. I mean, what do you really need to say about it? Like, look at it. This is absolutely artwork. It's $720. That's a ridiculous knife. That is going to go in 13 seconds. Okay, we have a question here. Any Myojin? Yes, we've got a Myojin here. We have Hashimoto Shoichi.
And that is actually sharpened by Myojin.
So this is sharpened by Myojin. Stunning. This looks like we've got some coreless Damascus Gyuto for $4,500. And this is, this is the one we were talking about earlier. So the cladding, or this steel is blue number 2 and white number 2 together to create the Damascus. You can kind of get it on the camera there, this like beautiful rainbow look to it. Super nice. The grind on this is crazy. So there's your Myojin. Next, Kato SG2 or Guren. Okay, I've been actually looking at this knife. This is a very nice and thin blade. SG2 is powdered stainless steel, holds an edge for a long time. No worry about rusting particularly. It has this really nice taper up towards the tip, and I feel like this knife would be very, very dependable. I think you could just pick it up every time and cut with it, and you would probably just every once in a while realize you needed to touch it on a honing rod or a leather strop and polish the edge. Like it's just, I think there's a lot of good things about that. Now, to compare it to the Homura Guren is very different knives. Way heavier on the Guren, lighter and thinner, thicker and heavier, stainless steel, carbon steel. The texture on the blade face is definitely more pronounced here. There's not a lot of texture on the surface of the Kato, the SG2 Damascus. It's pretty smooth. Bevel-wise, this is definitely a thicker knife that's going to split food apart a little bit as you get to that bevel, top of the bevel. Price-wise, about a $100 difference. This is definitely light and thin laser. The Guren is definitely your big beefy boy to plow through a bunch of stuff. It does have this nice feature where they pull the heel out on the blade. So yeah, it just choose your own adventure or get both, right? Sometimes you just need to get both. Okay, any great Aogami Super Nakiris is our question. So do we have any great Aogami Super Nakiris? Absolutely. We have the Hatsukokuro Kurosagi, which is Aogami Super. Oh, wait, that's the question. Yes, so all of these. We have the Moritaka Aogami Super, and we have the Hatsukokuro Shinkiro. Now, I'm a huge fan of Moritakas, as you probably hear me talking about all the time. They're very different. They like the short little bevel, just sort of nice Kurochi finish on the blade. Like simple, right? Simple, traditional. Like honestly, like if you live in their neighborhood, this is the knife. You go to their shop, it's next to their house, you buy their knives. It's just like the town blacksmith.
You like the size though, right? Like
I do like the size. And this is something we don't get very often, but they make their Nakiri sometimes in 180 millimeter length. So we got like another little bit here. I like that. One of the reasons I like Nakiri is you've got more weight up at the tip here. So when you're chopping with it, you just have a little bit more weight to throw around. And that 180 Gyuto does that and a little bit more. Typically, we see Nakiris are 165 millimeters. That's very standard. Now, the Shinkuro has this beautiful Damascus with some nice sort of hammering on the blade. A little bit thicker, heavier, but a nice tall bevel. And for $230.
Is the Shinkiro hand laminated?
No.
Okay, Shinkiro is not hand laminated, if that was somebody's question they were wanting to find out. And then we've got the Kurosagi Ogami Super, which, you know, for $230 is a banging knife. Yeah. Right? It's really light. It's got a nice feel, but like it's got a nice taper here at the spine, so it doesn't feel thin in your fingers, but it's going to feel thin when you cut with it. I hope that comment made sense.
All right. Weird knives. Well, we always have to have weird knives in the garage sale collection, right? Selection. So, first we have this, the Kamo-san's lettuce knife, stainless clad with the carbon steel core. The idea is that you can use this edge to cut it into the root of lettuce and harvesting, but you can definitely use it to, this is great multi-purpose knife to do chopping like herbs with, and it's just like really small knife.
The edge has a continuous curve, so just doing that rocking chopping would be super nice.
You can probably use this to do a little bit more skinning job as well. Like, it's such great shape.
And it's got a bright red handle.
Yeah, so if you drop it, you can find them in the kitchen.
If you drop it in the kitchen or the garden.
This here is something that we haven't had for the first time we actually brought this one in. Guess what this knife is used for?
Cutting sushi. I ruined it.
You ruined it. So this one here is called sushikiri. It is designed to cut the roll sushis.
Yeah.
So they use the rock to cut the sushis. The size is 120 to 210 millimeter long. This is great for herbs.
Well, I was going to say, how thin is that edge? How delicate is that edge?
It's thin.
What else could we use this for?
It's not delicate because it's really thick spine, right? It's nicely forged. Like, look at how it tapers here to this, and thin behind the edge. This is great. Just like if you like the rock chopper, this is a great not a Gyuto, but rocking Nakiri.
It's like a boss Nakiri.
Yeah, boss Nakiri. It's like there's actually a question about the super tall Nakiri, which we can probably just relate to.
White steel number 2, but I mean this is a knife that's designed for slicing rolls of sushi.
But can be used for a lot of stuff. Like it's basically tall Nakiri with a big rock to it, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, someone's asking to get a tall Nakiri, so it's like that, or you can go for Hinokuni Sakai. It may be actually sold as the Chuka, but it's not. Chuka means the Chinese cleaver, but it's not a Chinese. I mean, shape is probably Chinese cleaver, but it is more for Nakiri. It's not really to jump
And this is one of those Nakiris that is the edge is pin straight. You've got 90-degree corners at the tip and the heel.
Yeah.
If you do find yourself rocking as you like to chop, you'll probably snag that tip. Easily, it could be rounded out.
It does have a little bit of curve.
That's one thing I've noticed in my time using Nakiris and owning Nakiris is there's a difference where there is the Nakiri that's got a bit of a curve to the profile. The tip has been rounded off, and then there's others that are just like a hard rectangle. And if you get the hard rectangle, it's the pick it up and chop with it kind of knife versus one that lets you do a bit more of a forward push cut.
Okay, so.
Oh yeah, Tanaka.
Yoshikazu Tanaka knives. Yoshikazu Tanaka-san is this, really good blacksmith in the Sakai. He and his son, Yoshihisa-san, he's actually starting to take over.
Great.
But it's great. He's like super skilled. He only loves the steel from Hitachi. Like so, white carbon steel, blue carbon steel. He's starting to using a lot of steels like Aogami or the Super Blue sometimes. But he still loves white carbon steel.
Carbon.
So these are made by the Yoshikazu Tanaka-san, all from under Kikumori branding. So Sakai Kikumori, this one is even has the Tanaka-san's name on him. White carbon number 2 with the carbon steel cladding. It's got really nice taper and beautiful kasumi finish on that. That is one of our favorite knives for quite some times. Or the Sakai Kikumori Kikuzuki series, we have the something like this more kasumi regular, Kiritsuke Gyuto. I actually like this tall
Yeah,
this is.
I think about these knives that sometimes when you look at them, you think, what's the big deal? It just is a knife. But there's a lot underneath the hood that you don't really see, and once you start using it and cutting with it, it starts to make sense. That's also kind of a tall Nakiri.
I love this Kikuzuki Rin series. Rin is the nashi, right? The pear. So it's got a really nice texture on here. This is also forged by Yoshikazu Tanaka-san and his team. I think the emphasis on him is great, but also Yoshihisa-san does quite a bit of work these days as well. So we should talk about the Yoshihisa-san as well.
Okay, next.
That was a Sakai Kikumori. So Sakai Kikumori.
Ooh, slicer time! I love slicer time.
Stainless steel.
Sujis. All right. Here's 2 SG2, which is powdered stainless steel. Powdered stainless steel is super great at holding an edge and being sharp. It's a little bit more difficult to resharpen on your own. Sometimes you bring your knives to us. You can always mail them in as well, but it doesn't matter. This steel will stay sharp for a long time. Sujihikis also have a tendency to remain sharp. That's because you're less likely to be driving it into a cutting board. That being said, something I like about both the Makoto and the Kato Black Damascus is they have a little bit more height on the blade. They've got this nice little curve here where you can put your finger, and that means you could cut with it like it's a Gyuto, albeit a skinny Gyuto, without bouncing your knuckles off the counter. And sometimes having a 270 miller chef's knife is great for peeling big vegetables or melons, as well as carving, cutting steak, that kind of stuff. Yeah, those are both. So this is the Kato Black Damascus SG2. This is the Makoto Kurosaki. Both these guys are out of Takafu. This knife is just, it's simple. It's a beautiful blade. It's really nicely made, and I really like the blonde handle too, to be honest. That knife for $344 for a 270 mil Sujihiki is pretty amazing. Now Naoto's also slid in here the Tsunehisa. Ooh, geez, I just threw it on the table. Oh my god. This is the Tsunehisa Roku, R-O-K-U. This is a stunner. AUS 10. That's a knife that you can drive a little bit harder and not be too worried about the edge. I do really like the handle on these blades as it tapers up towards the back of the blade. And it tapers in a way that makes the knife just feel like you're holding a really finessed precision blade. It makes me want to be more delicate as I carve with it. I think the feeling of this knife is incredible. And it's super sexy. At $273 after 20% off. Great gift.
Dean C would like to know how they would compare to the Yu Kurosaki Senko.
The SG2s would compare similarly to the Senko, same type of steel, and very similar in the grind on the Senko. They would perform very, very similarly. The cool thing about Senko and almost all the Kurosaki knives now, and I don't have one right here, is that he kind of offsets the handle from the blade, so it gives you another probably 3 or 4 millimeters of height effectively, and I mean that by your hand comes up a little bit higher, and not so much so yeah, that instead of the handle coming straight off the tang, his knives rise up, so your handle's a little bit taller, and it gives you a much different feel. And the Senkos do have that hammered texture to the blade. That hammered texture creates little air pockets, breaking up surface tension, making the knife slide through stuff very smoothly, which is important if you're cutting something meat wet fish. It doesn't drag as much.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Nathan's here. He's got something to say.
Yeah. Well, hey, we sell a lot of presents, and when you buy somebody a present, you should also buy them a card. So these are Knifewear greeting cards for the holidays. We got some. We had some bathing macaques.
Pardon?
Excuse me?
Washing macaques. And some Christmas cryptids. And some...
Oh, something just a little bit more polite.
Yeah, shibori. Not shibari, shibori.
They say things like, wishing you a legendary holiday season. Do you know what? Sometimes when you buy gifts, you need a greeting card to go with it.
Yeah, this one
what
says...
an idea. Whatever you want it to say.
$4.50 at knifewear.com and in stores soon.
No brainer. Now you got to think up something good to say inside of it. That's on you, though. Okay, please show Minomo, Kajia, Aogami, Kuro, Tsuchimi, Gyuto, 210 millimeters. Finally, some English in there. All right. Minomo's the blacksmith. Minomo Kajia is a knife maker. Aogami is the type of steel. We got Aogami number 2, which is the typical blue steel. Wow, this thing is wicked. Look at that shape. I like it's very, very much like an even triangle. The kind of the tail kind of angles back a little bit. It tapers into my hand. Has a nice little bit of distal taper. Kuro, of course, is the Japanese word for black, and often kuro, when we're talking about kuro, kurochi, is referring to this blacksmith finish where the burnt-on remainder of the steel is still there and not been polished off. Really nice, fine texturing on the blade. Again, surface tension makes the knife not suction in through the food as you're cutting. Shorter bevel, kind of standard, to be honest. We're starting to see lots of knives that have a taller bevel, but this is regular, which means strength, right? And it's very tall. That is the remarkable thing about the knife, is the height here, and that gives you lots of knuckle clearance, gives you a bit more mass for the length, and I think you would be able to plow through all kinds of veg prep with this knife. It's $440. It is not stainless steel. You need to wipe this dry. Let your patina go. Let it happen. Don't let it go real dark or orange, but you know, let it patina, and that's a family heirloom right there. That knife.
So, just came back.
Naoto's back. Search and rescue. Okay, a safe gift for a head chef. When I worked in kitchens, all we really wanted was to get to the level where you got a nice chef jacket that wasn't out of the same laundry bag as everyone else's, and someone put your name on it, and it said chef underneath it. Nobody cares about that anymore. What all chefs now want is a dope-ass apron. I think that's what the kids call it. Search and rescue is by far one of the nicest aprons around. They're hand-stitched on Granville Island in Vancouver. So you go to restaurants now and you see chefs just wearing cool t-shirts, but they've got really nice aprons now, not those flimsy little things. So Search and Rescue and Medium Rare, both made here in Canada by friends of ours. You'll find some medium rare aprons are in our 20% off, a couple colors that are coming to an end of a run. Plus we've got Search and Rescue denim. Something I like about Search and Rescue, a little pocket here. Medium rare too, actually. There's a little slot here for your phone. These guys put a little extra weight by adding another layer of material at the hem, so it doesn't fly away on you when you're walking around. Just like really well thought out, and they're just hand stitched by humans. So yeah, you know what? An apron's a great idea. A leather knife roll, any of those kind of things, because chefs don't always treat themselves to nice stuff. You know, they're just like really practical, just trying to do their job. So sometimes treating them to something nice that's not necessarily a knife, because as you probably imagine, that can be a very particular choice for somebody to choose a knife. However, if you buy stuff, especially if you buy stuff in store, it's a little bit easier to just come back and swap it out. We do accept exchanges so long as the knife is unused, meaning all the packages together, you haven't cut food with it. Of course, we'd like to resell it to somebody, and we wouldn't sell you a reused or a used knife unless we're very explicitly clear about that. Now, this I might just leave this apron on. This thing feels great, right? Okay, what's next? Bang for the buck. Yeah, absolutely bang for the buck.
So we got the these. Well, we kind of talked about it earlier about these Yoshimune knives. This retired blacksmith from the Sanjo area. That's all we can get. Like, there's no more. His knives are gonna come out. So we got pretty much everything we could, and they're at really great price. 151 for this Santoku stainless clad with the carbon steel core, really nicely forged and really nice thin edge. And Gyuto is like 175.
I would not sleep on these knives.
Yeah, these are great. It's very limited quantity though. If you're looking for some, like, say, for example, gift, these new Tsunehisa knives are actually really good. These ones here, AS8 mono piece, single piece, it's simple and like unassuming, I guess.
Sure.
But it does work fantastically. It's all stainless steel. You don't have to worry about rust so much. I mean, as Mike mentioned, if you leave it in a lemon water, you're probably gonna rust. But
you could make it rust for sure.
Yeah, but
and I like the mono steel. Like Naoto just mentioned the term mono steel. By and large, the Japanese knives that we sell all have 3 layers of metal laminated together, where there's a core material that is the edge. When we talk about the steel type, we're talking about the edge. The outside is just either stainless steel or iron, but nothing particular in a way that there's not a performance value to it. The mono steel is just one single piece of metal, and the one thing I really like about those blades is often I find them very easy to sharpen. They don't typically hold their edge for as long of a period, but they're very easy. Just put them on the honing rod. We sell both black and white ceramic rods. The difference really is the hardness of the ceramic. So the white ceramic rod is a harder ceramic, and the black one is softer. So what that really translates into in our world really is that the black one is and behaves like it's a finer sort of a stone, where the white one is a bit more aggressive. I've seen line cooks that come into the store just like, give me that white one. Someone at work has one and they just find it just brings life back to their knife. If you're a hard-working chef and you're cutting 6-8 hours a day, one of these AUS8 knives and a white honing rod, you could get a lot of work done.
This one is Tsunehisa Sanju 30 Sanju, and we have this actually pretty cool one, Sanju Ichi. 440C stainless steel. It's like equivalent for AS8 or those kind of stuff. It's got really pretty Damascus look, as well as nice Tsuchime pattern. 180 mil Gyuto, and it's 161.6. It's all 20% off. Right?
180 mil Gyuto will do pretty much most things you'd buy at a grocery store you'd find in North America. And for what most of us do and cut at home, this knife would be amazing. And it's beautiful. And someone's first knife, perfect.
These are great for who's looking for a early Christmas gift. We have quite a few of these ones. Are a little bit rare. We only have 1 or 2 of each. So if you're looking for bang for buck for reality, go for Yoshimune, Kamura-san, where those ones are bang for buck, and you probably be able to purchase it.
This garage sale on that Monday, I would probably go and pick the knife that I really wanted, and then in my 3-minute window, I would then go and get a Yoshimune, and then I would check out. Because these Yoshimune are just, I am so shocked at how nice these are, and the combination of steel and the price. Don't sleep on these. Don't sleep on them at all, actually. Like, that'd be dangerous.
I don't know if someone's looking for Kiritsuke with purple handle. I don't know if we call this a purple handle.
This looks like a nebula. This looks like something from that, what's that space telescope that sends back all the cool photos? Hubble. Oh, there. I think this one here. There's hints of purple.
Is this purple?
I'll be honest, the camera actually is making it look quite purple.
Is this the purple?
I would say this is a little bit more blue than purple in real, but words failed me. Reality, real life.
Manaka-san's a cook and Kiritsuke Gyuto. Again, Manaka-san's workshop caught fire tragically, and these knives, he won't be able to make it for a little while. We got the one of the last batches from him and put the kind of cool handles on. They are really well-made masterpiece, made with the Aogami #1 core steel. And the cladding steel, he forge weld laminates it with the with Aogami #2 and a Shirogami #2. He just make sure it gets soft enough to get the kind of stuff. But anyways,
that
these
is
ones,
a wild level of craftsmanship, and those are amazing.
And yeah, just when he was actually talking about discontinuing these lines, so we might have got the last ones. From Manaka-san's.
Very beautiful.
He was actually working on some new project, and then the tragedy happens. Someone's looking for Honesuki. We actually, I looked through some of the Honesuki stock. I couldn't find that many, so I'm just gonna talk about one that we have for a garage sale, the Moritaka AS Honesuki, as well as we have the this Honesuki from Gleston. So. Tell us about Honesuki. What do you use the Honesuki for?
Honesuki is a wicked knife. It's designed for butchering chickens. In Japan, there's restaurants, yakitori places. They just serve you chicken on a stick and all parts of the chicken. And you should go to eat there at one of them because they're incredible. But that makes sense then that you would have a knife designed for that one purpose. And this knife excels at that purpose. It's got this triangular shape with this nice fine tip and then this tall heel. So you can use the back end of the knife when you're splitting apart the bones. You got the first sort of 2/3 or 3/4 here that you keep nice and sharp for cutting through the meat and the skin. The shape, the taper of it allows you to go around the curves of the bones really nicely. It's exactly as long as it needs to be. These knives are hands down just such a cool thing. Now we really love the Moritaka one. It's a little bit thicker and has this short bevel. It just seems to do the job incredibly well, which is to me not a surprise because that's what Moritakas tend to do. Now the Gleston is a lot different in the way that the Moritakas are carbon steel, a little bit harder material. The Glestons have these huge dimples, so it breaks off surface tension. It's also only kind of beveled on the one side, so we would say this is a right-handed preference knife for sure. And yeah, I'm just going to call it a right-handed knife. And it's got a much beefier handle. This feels much more industrial to me. What I have found with the Gleston knife is it's funny because we all live and die by Rockwell hardness, and what you find sometimes is that's not always the case. And you can get a Gleston polished so smoothly that there feels like there's no resistance when you cut with it, and it holds an edge an incredibly long time. Provided you're not beating it against a really hard surface like a bamboo cutting board and scraping your edge. But really, what stays sharp if you do that? So both really good for the job, both very different, but kind of depends on your use case. Yeah.
Just gonna interrupt really quick. And we want to talk a little bit about these refurb knives.
Really quick, guys. How much were those Honesukis?
Sorry?
How much were those Honesukis? How much did they cost?
Great question. No one put price on them. So, Moritaka Honesuki, do you remember? $218.
No, I don't. Oh, well. Yes, please, thank you.
I'm going to take this apron off now because someone will still buy it. Okay. We're going to talk about the refurbs.
Yes. So, every store has their own unique refurbished collection of knives, and we also have some selections that you can buy online. So these are really well priced, and really some of them you can't really tell if it's how it's been refurbed, like this guy. Fujimoto SLD Hamilton. It's really nicely.
It's beautiful. So it's a knife that's been used by somebody.
Yeah.
Remember when I said we wouldn't ever sell anyone a used knife without expressly telling you? So I'm expressly telling you these knives have been used. But they're a super great price. Our staff and team are incredibly talented at sharpening. And because Japanese knives, harder steel, they can chip. The reason why I love it is because they're going to hold an edge a really long time. Sometimes you chip your knife. That happens. So since we work at a knife store, we get to deal with that a fair amount. And we've become very, very good at fixing up knives. So here's a couple of examples. We knock a bunch of money off the price of the knife. Often it's something that we've taken back. Very often, especially if you're in store, we're taking the sample knives that we've been using for a while and cycling them through and opening new ones. So we sell the old ones.
This one's kind of like weird. The Shizugen.
Yeah, that's a cool knife.
The handle got cracked or something happened to the handle, so we put our regular handle on them. So it's actually a different handle than the
cool
original.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Gens and stuff. So we have a lot of selection. They are all under a retired demo refurbished. It's all under one product. It is the if you type refurb or if you type demo, you'll be able to find that product, and there's a drop-down menu, so you can see them. So we have a lot of selections there. Alrighty, so this one here, someone was asking for. Tell us about Tsunehisa
28.
28 Petty. So here it is. This one here, Tsunehisa 28, it's made with the Shirogami #1 white carbon #1 steel with the stainless cladding on the outside. It's really nice, nicely sharpened, nicely polished. With the white carbon #1 is great steel. It's the holds it really nicely, and it sharpens pretty easy as well. It is a little bit more rust prone than the say Aogami or the Aogami Super, but because it has the stainless cladding on the outside, only part that you may have to be worried about is just really last line below this line right here. Nice handle, magnolia with the wood with the buffalo horn, and it's.
If you want a petty knife to do some really fine work, if you want a petty knife to be very, very sharp and do those finessed fine cuts, you want to make nice clean cuts on things like tomatoes, I think this would be an excellent choice. Now, sometimes I'll use a petty knife for doing stuff like in place of a boning knife, like some lightweight butchery. I probably wouldn't do that with this.
Nope.
I'd probably make this knife really thin, and it would be ridiculously sharp. Yeah, you could fillet scallops with this knife. It would be wicked. And it's $140 after you take the 20% off on the Tsunehisa, so you got value all day there. That's a hilarious ask. Do you have any Sakimaru Sujihiki under $1,500? And yes, we do. By under, I mean $6 over. This is a Sakimaru Sujihiki. Sakimaru is this wicked style of tip here. Sujihiki is a long slicing knife. And this is a single bevel. And this is $1,500 and $6. So it's
$1,506?
It's $1,506.
Oh, we can give somebody a $6 discount.
And this is a Ginsan. And it has a, what do we call this? A saya. It has a beautiful saya in here. So sayas are hard to come by because they're got to be pretty much custom built for every knife. We have been finding some options for people that are not, but this is probably, was this 330? Where's the sticker here?
360.
So this is a 360 millimeter long blade. Let me turn it this way, the right way around.
I know it's not Sujihiki, it's a Yanagiba, but yeah. Yeah.
It is a Ginsan steel. That's stainless. And this is a, is this Homura?
No, it's the Zangetsu.
Zangetsu. Okay. That's amazing. You could make big things smaller for sure. We are making our way through questions here. Today is our Garage Sale Live preview. Garage Garage sales is a great thing we do twice a year, once around May long weekend, another time around Remembrance Day here. So this year we're going from the 4th, which is Monday, right until the 10th, and it starts at 8 a.m. online and in store at 10 a.m. What is the garage sale? It is an event that we bring all kinds of knives from Japan. Sometimes Naoto goes shopping when he's doing business. Kevin, the owner of the company, goes shopping while he's doing business. He literally just came back. We're hoping to see a restock from the stuff that he picked out when he was there. And you know what? We just get these really wicked knives. Sometimes there's really amazing deals. Sometimes there's really beautiful things that we don't get many of. Sometimes we're making friends and buying cool stuff to make friends with them. And we like to make a big deal of it. It is a lot of fun for us, and we hope it's a lot of fun for you. And yeah, we're answering your questions so you can think about what you might want to buy over the weekend. And then Monday at 8 a.m., even at 7:45, we'll be here doing our Monday live stream. But you should be on your computer logged in. You should have your little shopping list ready to go. Make sure your autofill is correct. Make sure your credit card number is entered in your computer properly. So you can go through the checkout process quickly. That's important because there's a lot of people who are going to be on the website buying stuff first thing on Monday morning, so you want to get what you want to get. Sorry, it's not unlimited supplies. That's the name of the game here. But we have a feature this year that might be a little bit forgiving, more helpful, however to say it, is it will hold your items in your cart for 3 minutes. That should be enough time for you to roll through the checkout process. Otherwise, what it used to be was like very Wild West, where like if Nathan was 1 second ahead of me on the same knife and I'm like pressing checkout and it stalls and I don't know why my card's not going through because I did all those things those guys told me, it's because someone else had bought it and you lost it. And people were sad. And we want to make people happy.
Try to make more happy, less sad.
More happy, less sad. Name of the game.
We're also going to be live here. I think Mike mentioned it. We're going to be live on Monday. But we also have a special guest. So for the first few hours of the live stream, we'll be answering questions, helping people get the knife they want. Things tend to slow down a little bit as we get close to lunchtime. So we have a special guest from Japan coming to our live stream.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu! Be very. It's going to make the second half of the live stream awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Probably better than the first half, to be honest.
Yeah, we got a new camera. Maybe I'll show that off in a sec. We got a new wireless camera that we can use. So we're going to go over to the shipping station and bug Nolan while he's packing knives and picking knives. We've got...
camera 1, camera 2.
Yeah.
Camera 1.
Unfortunately,
it's not even on.
Leave it off, yeah. But yeah, we'll be going, and this certain blacksmith is going to do
Aren't they all battery powered?
knife forging demo. Yeah, but this is a perpetual battery, and that's a not perpetual battery. Yeah.
Tesla camera?
Hopefully it doesn't light on fire.
Oh!
All right, what's next?
Alrighty, so knives. Great $100 knife. We have actually quite a few.
Easy.
Tsunehisa knives are great at this, well, any garage sale. Tsunehisa knives are 15% off. There are more chances that you'll be able to find the knives around that price range. We have this Tsunehisa with the VG1, the Niju Gold. We have Tsunehisa with the Ju-san. These are great stainless steel with more traditional European style handle. The mono steel that we are showing off, these are great right around $100 as well. This here, the mic that been just pointing out to Seki Kanetsugu Pro M. This knife is so underrated. I think
I'm on Team Pro M all the way.
It's fantastic knife. It's super thin. I
am Pro M.
This 210 millimeters. They sharpen it very nice and thin. Made with mono steel. I believe he doesn't tell me, but I believe it's the AUS 6, slightly softer steel than the AS8.
There are some petty knives in this series that I would really recommend checking out. I think they're tiny, slim, thin, pointy little blades, lots of ability to do finesse work, trimming sinew off of meat. But again, pop it on a honing rod and the edge comes right back.
Yeah.
They are quite awesome.
Yeah. And also we have the $65 Gyuto from also same maker. Miyabi Ishin, Seki Kanetsugu Miyabi Ishin. This one here, it does like compared to this Pro M series, it does feel a little bit more, I don't want to say flimsy, but it kind of does feel, it does feel like it's $65 compared to $110.
Absolutely, yep.
This knife is fantastic for people who, it's great for great cabin knives, Airbnb knife. It's a gift for someone who's never had a Japanese knife, just too scared of it.
If you like cooking and you still have roommates, that's a great choice.
Yeah.
The thing with the Pro I was going to say is I've bought the petty knife. It's like a 150 mil petty knife. I've bought it 3 times, and I still don't own it because I've had friends over at the house and we're cooking, and they're so in love with that knife that they just leave with it. They don't steal it. That's not how bad my friends are. I'm just like, you know what? Just take it. I'll get another one.
Yeah. Well,
the Pro M's are wicked.
I guess that's the only knife that, it's great. It's pretty forgiving as well, right? So if you have guests comes in, and, if they want to use it, that's great.
Yeah, don't use my Takamura Hana. Thank you. Yeah.
Bread knife.
Whoa.
I grabbed,
this is like aliens versus bread knife.
We grabbed this. So, this is it's called Tojiro Supreme. Remember, a while ago we had the
Supreme
Tojiro Flash?
Yeah, I remember that. It's the same blade, eh?
That was like retails at like $250 or something like that. It's basically the same blade, and because they're discontinuing it, they're like, here.
Right. So when I bought a Tojiro Flash bread knife, it was $300 and something for this blade, and I bought it because of the blade. I don't buy knives because of the handles. This is $98.
Yeah. I know.
Yep.
Yep. It's such really it's great length, and Tojiro actually makes one of the best bread knives. Like the Tojiro classic bread knife.
Yeah.
It's fantastic, right? It's like the really small serration, small teeth, and cuts really nicely. This is such a great.
Now, in case anyone's looking at this handle and saying, "Oh wow, that handle is stainless steel, just like the knife," does that mean I can put it in the dishwasher? No. Yes, you can. Yes, you can, but you need to expect your knife to deteriorate quite quickly. Dishwashers are evil for things that you like. You'd probably see the weld start to break down. The sharpness would go away pretty fast. So while you could, it's just not a recommended thing, and you just shouldn't. Just wash it, dry it, put it away.
It's the best way to rust stainless steel.
Yeah, exactly. It's the best way to rust stainless steel. Okay. How is the grind on the Ikeda Kyomen Fuji Honyaki?
Yeah. Well, it's just careful. It's super.
I kind of almost don't even want to touch it.
Yeah, no, don't. Please don't.
Can we do a choil shot, maybe? It's about the best we can do without rubbing our grubby fingers all over it.
We'll get demonetized for sure.
For a choil shot?
Yeah.
Can I make it happen this way?
Maybe a little bit lower. Oh. Yeah, there you go.
It goes into infinity.
Yeah, the
it's a
sharpening.
Mirror, so it's hard to focus on.
Sharpening job by the Nori Igarashi-san is fantastic. He is probably one of the best sharpeners in that region of Sakai. So
yeah.
If the question is how's the profile,
there I am.
Really good.
Look at that. What's wrong with? I have a cone head.
You don't need a knife to make that happen.
Hey. You see the moon? How is the grind? It is. I would call it a V grind. It's not like the S grind thing that some people want to know if we're talking about terminology. It is a straight grind, and it starts about there, and then goes down. And it looks like it's got a bit of 3D where it tapers back up towards the spine. It is
the quality of mirror is stunning. You would not. Don't put it like that. Just
no.
Slide that.
I'm not going to put it inside of anything.
Oh, okay. No, we don't want to just leave it out because that. Alrighty. That is fantastic. Alrighty, so someone was asking for an affordable convex petties. So I wasn't quite sure what this person is asking for, because most knives have the convexity, some a little bit more than others.
Totally.
So when you're sharpening it, they try to make a really nice taper and a convex, right? They don't want to make it a concave, which makes it a little bit hard to sharpen. One of the really, so like the Murata-san, he doesn't make it a little bit more thicker convex. It is a little bit more stronger. It doesn't cut like a laser, but it's a really nice, robust type of edge, right? This Murata-san's sharpening is pretty nice. There isn't much convexity or concavity in anything. When it comes to
I would say that is, from the feeling of it, I would say that's quite convex as far as it goes. Oh, you did? Thanks. Thank you.
And
we'll take that.
If you're looking for something that's like really thin and very gradually convex, something like this Kagekiyo Chromax, it's $157. This is really nice. It's got a really nice like taper to it.
Can I ask, just could you explain what you get? Like, what's the benefit to an end user, or what would you notice if you had a convex edge or convex grind?
Especially when it comes to something like this, knife with the primary bevel, convex grind. One, it will give you a little bit more, slightly stronger edge. It doesn't chip as easy. As well, when you put this one on a sharpening, it's a little bit easier to sharpen because whole bevel will touch on the stone a little bit. When it comes to the knife like these ones, they could make it like, super V, right? But V edge is often a little bit more, it cuts great, but it's a little bit more fragile. Two, it can, the food can actually stick to the blade a little bit easier. So having a little bit of convex at the very edge here will push the food over a little bit more.
Right, if you're trying to julienne something like a root vegetable, that's really helpful, right? As the knife travels through, the food pushes off the side.
Exactly. So something like this, or even like Mike's favorite, the Pro-M Petty, they have really nice, like at probably about 2 millimeters from the edge, it's got a nice convexity to it. And this is whopping 82 Canadian dollar knife. So
this Pro-M 150 Petty is like,
so that's one of my.
Buy two, you'll end up giving one away.
So something like these are great, affordable. I guess the convex petty knives. Okay, so petty recommendation. Oh, I should. Okay, about 130 mil, $200. So
that's a 150 mil petty. Yeah, it's a nice Moritaka petty. Straight, very straight, very solid, very petty. Carbon steel. The gold sticker means it's the Aogami Super. Moritakas usually use this gold to indicate it's Aogami Super. Why is it called Super? Because it's just better. That's all. Stays sharper, doesn't really tarnish or rust as quickly, even though it isn't stainless steel. But Moritakas are awesome. Their knives are very beautiful. And what do we got here? This is, Yoshimune. Yeah. One thing I also look at when I'm trying to figure out if a knife has got some strength, robust, less like, if I'm worried about a knife that's going to chip, something I like to look for is how much core steel is exposed. One of the things we look at when we resharpen knives for folks is how much core steel is exposed, because when you run into the cladding steel that's on the outside, it's not meant to be sharpened, so you can't sharpen it. And sometimes people get knives, they're like, I just don't know why this knife doesn't hold an edge. And it's often because it needs to be rebeveled to remove some of that cladding steel to expose the core material, the one that's for sharpness. So if you don't have a lot, it means you've got a lot of protective cladding steel around the back. So this little Moritaka, I think, would be pretty great for doing stuff like lightweight butchery, cleaning sinew off of things, taking a couple little bones out of something. Not if you're going to butcher half a pig.
So yeah, these were great. The good, really affordable, around 100. It's a little bit less than $200. The carbon steel core. If you it says carbon steel, so you get an edge on the carbon steel. It has a stainless steel cladding on that one, but also this one, Tsunehisa, what's the number here? Tsunehisa Juichi. This one here, white carbon number 1, stainless clad. Really nice, 20% off, so 142.40. It's really nice, petty, 130 millimeters. So it's easy to take care of. It's got the really nice shiny edge to it. These are great options. If you don't, again, for people who are looking for a carbon steel knives, edges are there. I mean, some has a stainless cladding on the outside.
That Yoshimune is amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, how we doing? Boss man, what are we doing?
What time is it? It's 3 o'clock, so we should probably take a legally mandated sponsor break so we can all refill our water, coffee, like sweat from our brows from speaking so hard.
I ain't sweating.
Yeah.
And then we'll come right back and continue to answer your questions and show off some of the other new stuff that we have for the garage sale. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Come on down to Crazy Nate's Knife Warehouse for the famous Knifewear Garage Sale. This
November 4th to 10th.
Hey kid, want to buy a knife? We got one-of-a-kind knives. We got knives from new makers. Come on down to Crazy Nate's Knife Warehouse. Every knife your mother could ever want. You know me, I love in-flight peanuts, but you don't need to travel across the world for a Japanese knife. We bring them to you. We got Wa handle, Yo handle, Kurochi, Tsuchime. Look at all these knives. I got too many knives. You gotta take some of these knives off my hand. We even got Meguro Bochos, and we're slashing prices. Oh, you like psychedelic knife handles, man? Far out, dude. Look at those trippy colors. We got all kinds of these things, man. I got so many knives, they're falling out of my pockets. Look at all these knives, oh my god. They say Santoku means 3 virtues. Well, we got 3 virtues for you. Deals, deals, and more deals! Hey kid, you wanna buy a Hanora River Jump? Check this out, I got the good stuff straight from Japan. Look at this, real authentic Hanora River Jump. No fakes, no nothing. At Knifewear, we got Canada's biggest selection of Japanese knives. But just for you, I went straight to Japan and I got even more! Remember, that's the Knifewear Garage Sale.
November 4th to 10th.
Shop in store in Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa,
Toronto,
or Vancouver, or hop on the World Wide Web and surf your way down to https://knifewear, whoa, big wave, .com/GARAGESALE.
Have you or a loved one been affected by dull knives? Are you a victim of dubious sharpening gadgets? You may be entitled to get your knives sharpened. Here at Knifewear and Knifewear, we're always watching out for your fingers. Dull knives affect over 10 million Canadians each year. And did you know you could be among the affected without even knowing it? Did you know you're more likely to cut yourself with a dull knife than a sharp one? Common symptoms of a dull knife can include hating cooking, cutting yourself every time you prepare a meal, carrots flying across the kitchen, and that annoying smacking sound your knife makes when it hits the cutting board. Desire to order takeout, buying expensive pre-cut food, or just not eating at all. It's time to take your kitchen back. Join the millions of Canadians getting their knives sharpened. Save your fingers today. All of the chefs of the internet will hate me. Bless you, or not. I thought we've already determined today that there is no God. Today we were making tonkatsu chicken ramen. Isn't tonkatsu pork, actually? So what is the burner's name? A beautiful pot here. For those of you who don't know, I am the cheese man. We're making a cheese-inspired ramen. Pour in chef pincers. I have a pair myself. They don't pay me to say that. Oh, whisk. Do you sell these too? One might even consider it the right tool for the job. Emmental, Fontatsuku.
Contactu? A lovely microplane blade. Can you believe the cheese strings, the cheesiness of this cheese? Chopsticks. Ooh, that's what a fucking waste of my time. And we're back. Parmesan, because it's 60-month parm. I know what you're thinking. Golly gee, 60-month parm in my tonkatsu. I have a little store in Calgary. You have to find it from there. I got you all your provolones and burratas in here. You might be thinking, burrata, trench coat. Yep, the pockets are wet. Okay, I'm trying here to showcase all of the products. Is it helpful? Okay. More, Daddy? These are from our dear friends at Cow's Creamery and PEI. And the boom operator. Ooh, hands. Ooh. Yeah. There's nothing like warm cheese breath on your neck. Okay, next thing we have from Xavier David. So this is a crottin, which roughly translates to goat, from goat shit. Yes, they're very popular in France. The cheese, not goat shit. I'm not sure what they do with that. Ooh, this is Riapel Brie from Fromagerie d'Ile in Quebec. I think I'm gonna give up my career. It needs more Emmental still. Our fondue tonkatsu. We figured it out. Okay, if you can't tell, when they asked what we're doing, I said, just start the camera and we'll go. It's turning into a nice broth. Okay, it needs more cheese. If I had life advice to give, it just needs more cheese. So now with the addition of the Riapel, we're at 5. I don't even have a website up right now. It's gonna be even better for them to find it. We have a special treat for you today, the truffle. Ooh, truffle-scented life. That'll be the name of my biography. This is called a
Katsu Obushi slicer.
Katsu Obuchi slicer. Directions. Would you like to translate this for us? Mine's a little rusty. It's like, what was that old? Will it blend? Will it katsu obushi slice? Oh, it did it! I have no faith. Needs more cheese. I might just use this all. Life's short. Ooh. Oh, found a new sound. See how much coffee I've had? Tiny Fish Co. It's gonna make some sort of filthy euphemism talking about a cute box, but I'm using restraint. What I love about this one is there's cheesy jokes on it. How do shellfish find their way home? Muscle memory. This is Alps 7, made in Japan, but it's called Alps. You see the sharp blade here? Then that's why I'm not gonna use it. So it's chorizo mussels. They look delicious. If you're a fan of conservas, oh, that's the right amount, I think. I'm smelling it now. Perfect. Okay, I think it's time. Oh, the ramen. You can put it in the hot tub style, like this, where it's just chilling. Put little arms on it. Oh, are you implying I should put the lid on? The starch in it is starting to thicken the broth, so we're all set. Not to say that we don't know what we're doing. More parm, just like pasta, gotta finish with beautiful parm. Just makes your heart happy. And clogged. I got the thumbs up from the producer. Ooh, mussels. 1, their oil, 2. Nope, just kidding, you thought I was gonna do 3. Suckers. It's still very hot. You know what? I'm so sorry. I'm the idiot. It deserves another one. Oh, right on top, okay. Right at the apex of my caffeine high, I can feel it. And again, genuinely, it's caffeine. I might even share with my friends. If you have any of the wonderful products you've seen today, the cookware, the spoons, not this spoon. We have it all. Okay, ready? It's one easy number, 1-888-669-6168. That's right, 1-888-669-6168. Operators are standing by. 24-hour service, right? Who's on the phone all the time? Who orders knives by the phone? I do. That's who does. Thank you so much.
And we're back.
We're back.
Woo!
Are we back?
3 hours in. All right.
I was shopping.
You were shopping. Yeah, it's hard not to.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Well, we're back.
We're back.
So we're doing the live stream garage sale preview and unboxing.
Yeah.
And Nathan's here.
I'm Mike. What are you talking about?
Oh, right. Yeah. It just grew so fast.
so much hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are, if you don't know what Knifewear is or what the garage sale is, we're Knifewear. We're based in Canada. We primarily import handmade Japanese kitchen knives and other cool stuff for cooking. But we're also online at knifewear.com. We got stores in Toronto, Ottawa, Vancouver, Edmonton, and Calgary. And today we are talking about the Knifewear Garage Sale, which starts Monday, November 4th at 8 a.m. Mountain Standard Time online, 10 a.m. local in store. There's all sorts of new and cool knives from our recent travels in Japan. A lot of rare one-offs, some refurbished knives, a lot of discounted stuff. So if you're looking for a knife or some cookware, now's the time to get it.
Yeah, some cool handles.
Yeah,
like one-offs.
Really cool handles.
We're gonna be like this on live stream on Monday, the November 4th as well.
Yep.
We'll have the special guest coming from all the way from Japan.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu!
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be, I wonder who that is.
I was.
Who could it be?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, people were saying they know who it is because he's got a cigarette in his mouth. But there's a lot of blacksmiths that smoke cigarettes. Yeah. It's a hard job.
Yeah.
So that person will be here doing a live knife forging demo on Monday. So the first half of the live stream, Monday, we'll be answering questions primarily. Second half, we'll still be answering questions, but we'll also be showing off that guy making some knives.
Yeah.
Which would be super
It'd
cool.
be cool.
We've also got a local knife maker who's going to come supply some of the equipment, and he might do some forging as well.
Yeah.
Well, we're around for at least another hour today, or until you run out of questions. So if you have questions, if there's a knife you have your eye on and you want to know more about it, or you're not sure which one you should get from the sale, pop them in the chat. We are finally catching up.
Yep.
Apologies for the wait, but you know it takes time. We want to make sure we answer your questions thoroughly.
All right.
So
speaking
of which,
yeah, someone was wanted to see these fancy handle Hado knives.
Ooh.
Look at that.
These handles just showed up yesterday. They were really late.
Scrambled to,
So these will not be in stores. The Calgary store is getting some, but other than that, they are online only.
These handles are fantastic, but you know, look at a blade though. This is our first time getting this B1D blades. B1D is they're not a brand new, it's been around a little bit, but
Blue One Damascus it stands
Blue
for.
One Damascus. We have 3 Gyutos with Blue One Damascus and 3 Nikiris. It's so good. It looks so fun. The sharpening job is so good.
And I love how you can even see the Damascus in the Kurochi finish.
Yeah, they have the team, Maruyama-san, so as the Nomura-san, the other young guy. I just found out this young guy, Tsuda-kun from Hado, went to the same university as I did in
No
Japan.
kidding.
I know. It's like, oh, you went to that the university. Yeah.
Cool.
Which is actually not close to anywhere we live. So
no kidding. Yeah, because they're based in Sakai, right?
Yeah. And I'm based. Not based. I was born and raised in Wakayama, which is like an hour south.
Right.
But we went to the same university that's like 5 hours away.
That's crazy.
So I was like,
Very cool.
Anyways, that was like kind of fun.
This one might be my favorite. I know Owen in Vancouver has his eye on this one.
Yeah. Meow.
Woo!
Meow. So this one here is the hand lacquered Japanese lacquering called the Rushi lacquering, done by this wife of Yamaken. Yamaken-san is this handle maker in the Takefu, right? And basically he married to the Rushi lacquer craftsperson.
Oh, okay,
so she brought this new, I guess, perspective and new skills to the handle maker. So they've been actually putting a lot of cool lacquered handles, and that's actually all done by hand.
Huh.
No, just hand drawn and everything.
That's incredible. It's really nicely done. It's got a bit of texture, so it's not too slippery either. We had a few questions that we're going to kind of get
I think these
3
are
birds stoned at once.
Tall.
Yeah. Somebody asking about tall stainless petty knives. Somebody was asking about taller, longer petty knives. Somebody was asking about a Moritaka Kawamuki, which is similar.
Yeah.
A petty knife. Petty is what they call a paring knife in Japan. It's kind of a I don't know, translation or
petty knife comes from
Japaneseification of the word petite.
Yeah,
right?
petite. Yep, exactly. So
French word?
Yeah, it's like small, petite, small knife, right? The use it in often people use it in the hand, do the coring jobs. That's really typical application here in North America. But there are some that is like say longer than the typical paring utility knife.
Yeah, we'd probably call this a utility knife in you know, it's like the knife that most of my aunts use when they make dinner. But it's a really great size just for whipping up a quick meal when you don't want to pull out a bigger knife. And if you have bigger hands, you can use this in the hand. But it is a little bit on the taller side. That is the Yoshimune Shiogami stainless clad, so high carbon steel with a layer of stainless on the outside.
But there are some knife makers, they decided to start making knife like these, which is small, like 120 mil, but it's
if you're looking for tall, like something you could actually get some knuckle clearance on a cutting board.
This is a Mune Ishii. He actually calls it the Gyuto 120 mil. So it's like small chef's knife. Enough knuckle clearance. You hold it like this, and you don't, hit
Yeah, you can
your
like rock chop some
fingers.
chives and not run your hands into the cutting board.
Right. So it's like we have like something like a ko bunka from Hado. Like it's the small, utility
Small
bunka.
Ko is a prefix that means small.
Yeah.
So you see ko nakiri, ko kiritsuke,
It's like ko santoku from the Mastani-san. These are all multi-purpose knife that works like it is like chef's knife, but it's small so that you can cut, like you can still do most of the jobs with these blades.
Oh yeah.
Like not big.
Well, I have a Masashi Kokuen Kobunka, which is very similar to this guy.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'll use it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. If I'm whipping up a quick meal, or my kitchen's just kind of a mess, and I'm feeling stressed out, and if a big knife feels like too much, a little kobunka like this, it's really manageable. You're just cutting up a few potatoes, an onion, maybe some veggies to snack on.
Yeah. Not necessarily greatest to carve down your roast, but
No, but take apart a roast chicken.
Absolutely.
Totally.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Got to get a Costco chicken and cook us some veggies.
These comes really handy. Like, so if you're looking for something like these ones in specific, you can probably look for ko santoku, ko bunka. Unfortunately, I didn't put the ko gyuto on this one, but the smaller gyutos like these ones. Just look for the length. And even petties, some knife makers makes petty a little bit taller like these, so it could be
Another good shape is this called a kawamuki. This is from Moritaka Hamono. Really long tradition of blacksmithing. These guys have been doing it for over 700 years. We always get some great stuff from them for the garage sale. So this guy has a really flat blade profile. Means you're not going to do a whole lot of rocking with it. But if you're just doing some up and down chopping, maybe you want to segment an orange, this could be a great knife for it. Similarly, it's kind of like a ko santoku, but it's even smaller, and the blade is even flatter. So, I don't know, great little knife. Just depends on what your preference is, how you like to cut.
Okay, so
what do we got next, Naoto?
Nothing super, I guess, like garage sale type of question, but it's a great question.
Yeah.
Someone wants us to compare Hado Sumi, Tetsujin, which we don't have, but we have one from the Naohito Myojin, so I brought one, and also the Hado Junpaku. So Hado is this knife maker or the company in Sakai who gets the blade from most blades are from the Yoshikazu Tanaka-san, forged by Yoshikazu Tanaka or Tanaka Uchi Hamono, and sharpened by the team of sharpeners, the Maruyama-san, Nomura-san, and Tsuda-san. They are great teams, and they do really. Oh, this is fantastic. They do very different. They do it in a way that nobody else did or does in Sakai. Super tall bevel, leave the kurochi, but also polish the spine and choil. Makes it really, and also try to sharpen the lower angle at the tip and leaves a little bit more strength on the heel part. This particular Sumi 240 is probably what they are a staple, or that really shows what they are trying to do here. It's really nice, flares up nicely. No over sharpening, not too super thin.
Just for those of you that don't speak knife nerd, a lot of knives have a slightly shorter bevel like this. Basically, a knife has two parallel sides, and then there's a bevel where it tapers down to a point, which is the edge, right? And if the bevel's shorter, it's a more aggressive taper, and so you have a thicker angle up here and a thicker feeling blade. These really tall bevels mean that you can make a knife nice and thick and sturdy up along here, along the spine, but that gradual taper down towards the edge
means that it's going to cut more smoothly through food and just feel nicer. It's not going to like wedge and break a root vegetable. It's going to glide.
So the really difference between the, say, for example, this Sumi series, Sumi basically leaves the black finish Kuroichi, and the Junpaku, not that much different, I guess, because how it sharpens is very similar. The reason what makes Junpaku is a little bit different from the Sumi is that they actually have to sharpen this flat part quite a bit as well. You may feel a little
right, because this one's got the raw forged scale from when they made it.
Yeah, exactly. So you may feel, when you feel the spine, Junpaku be a little thinner. But
that makes sense. Okay.
But because, like, say for example, when they try to sharpen this like a Junpaku, they have to grind quite a bit of here.
Yeah.
And like traditionally, they have to meet this line on the same spot from both sides.
Right.
Right. Like
just to give it a balanced feel when it cuts.
Exactly. So it's a lot of more skill, a lot of grinding on this side than actually people would think. For cut, but this angle, the bevel angle it's not that much of a difference, so I don't think it's that much of a difference.
Cool.
When it comes to actually Tetsujin, we have a Myojin Kobo Special knives here. The way he sharpens, often he doesn't sharpen with the bevel, so his grind is a little bit more gradual taper from the spine to the edge. Depends on how you like it, but when you're cutting a carrots and stuff, Myojin-san's knife, you may feel slightly thinner. Sometimes you have to be careful though. I've seen the Tetsujin knives or Myojin's knives, I've seen some knives had a little bit more overexposure on the core that makes the edge a little bit more vulnerable for chipping and stuff. So
yeah, it's always a balance point,
exactly.
right? Like you don't want to make a knife as thin as possible, usually, because it'll break more easily.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's that.
Yeah. What do we got next? If you got questions, keep them coming. We got some stuff we want to talk about, but we're here to help you shop because we want you to be able to hop online Monday morning, 8 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, and snag your dream knife and grab it right away. If you bought a knife during the garage sale in the past online, you know it's a mad dash to get your dream knife. We've got a feature that makes it a little easier this year. Once you get the knife in your cart, it is held for 3 minutes. So that means you have maybe a minute to keep shopping, add more stuff to your cart, and then a couple more minutes to check out, right? After those 3 minutes are up, the thing will leave your cart. The items will leave your cart. So you want to make sure you're still quick. There should be a little timer that shows up, and yeah, you'll have some time to actually fill out your information and get everything checked out. There we go. Moritaka Aogami Super 240 millimeter Kiritsuke. So somebody was asking about these.
About the Aogami Super Kiritsuke. So
okay.
So we didn't have that many, so I just brought this Shinkiro Aogami Super Gyuto as well.
They did a Kiritsuke in this one, didn't they?
They did.
Do we have that on the website?
We have we may.
We might have it in stock, just not in the warehouse.
Here, yeah.
Which means it will go online Monday night.
Yeah, let me take a look.
I mean, the Moritaka would always be my choice. These guys, like I said a little while ago, they're really great at making knives. They have been doing it for over 700 years. The way they make it is very old-fashioned. Most knife makers buy their steel pre-laminated from the factory, which is a great way to do it. You get 3 layers of steel all stacked up, ready to go, out of the box. But these guys, they take a soft piece of high carbon steel, they heat it up, they split it, kind of like a hot dog bun, and they put a piece of really high carbon steel in the middle as the core steel. And so it's called warikomi. It's a more traditional way of making a knife, and it's just super cool. You know, they're beautiful knives. They're very rustic, but they cut beautifully. I've had a Moritaka knife for about 13 or 14 years. It was the first Japanese knife I ever got, and I love them. So that'd be my choice. The Hatsukokuro is a bit heftier. It's a little bit thicker on the spine. Not tons, just a little bit. It's got a lot more bulk to it. I think it's just a bit thicker. Oh yeah, it's a lot thicker in here. There's just more material there. It's going to give the knife more of a forward balance, so it chops a little more on its own. Although I wouldn't say the Moritaka has any trouble with that.
Yeah, they're both pretty cool.
I lied.
Oh, we do have it. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Shinkiro has more of a curve to the profile, which means it's going to be better for that like kind of rock chopping, the European style of cutting.
It's got a lot more Sanjo feel, which is the really robust on the
hefty.
Yeah, super
like
thick,
chunky.
Yeah,
but not chunky in a way that like it feels like an axe.
No, it's
like
it's going
really
to
thin at the
slice them
edge.
very nicely. It's forged very nicely.
Yeah. But it feels like a piece of iron in your hand.
Yeah, it's got a really nice taper to it. This one is really well forged, little taller blade, so it's really preference, right? The
Moritaka has a flatter blade, so if you like sliding the knife, like a push cut or a pull cut when you cut, you know, especially if you're a professional cook and maybe you prefer that way of cutting, you know, the Moritaka might be your preference, but
yeah, if you like a little bit more robust, I guess, like feel, Hatsukokoro Shinkiro 240mm Kiritsuke is a great option.
yeah, if you like your knife to feel heavy, which I know lots of people do, that's the knife you want. It's the Hatsukokoro.
Yep. I will just put the price on and.
Somebody wanted to see this engraved Deba. So we have what, 5 or 6 of these now, Tom?
6, I believe.
Yeah, we have 1 at each store and then 1 online, and they are all totally different. You can see them on the website. These are custom engraved by Michiko-san. There's a video about her that went really viral on YouTube earlier this year. But she is an engraving artist, so she buys knives made by other people, and then using chisels and Dremels and a whole set of tools, she engraves these art pieces on her blades. They're just crazy. The detail is incredible. It's incredible that she can get all that detail in there without scratching up the rest of the knife. She tends to engrave thicker blades, so this is a Deba knife, really thick blade for butchering fish. This big guy would be best probably for salmon, halibut, big fish like that. Because thick knives don't bend when you hammer them a whole bunch with a chisel. But you can get Gyutos and stuff from her as well. But this is a functional art piece. It's just stunning. And if you are shopping in one of our stores on Monday, like I said earlier, the stores open at 10 a.m. or 10 a.m. local time. But if you are shopping in store, each store has exclusive stock, including a totally unique knife from Michiko-san. There's a koi fish, a tiger, I think. There's definitely one with an octopus, which is my personal favorite. That one's really cool.
Yeah, octopus one is pretty cool.
Yeah, she does incredible work, but there's also going to be a lot of other special stock that is totally just for that store for the first day. If you're shopping online and the knife you want gets snagged first thing and you don't get a shot at it, check back in a few minutes because it might just have left somebody's cart. But if you really don't get the knife you wanted first thing on Monday and you have a local Knifewear, go down to your local Knifewear. They always have different stocks, so you should go check them out anyways. There's usually a lineup that starts around 9:30 a.m. And if you're only shopping online and you lose out on that knife you wanted, check back Monday evening between 6 and 8 Mountain Time, and the store stock will go online, and our selection will get a little bump on Monday night. The sale does go all week, so if you're just looking for a great knife, there's going to be great stuff to be had all week, but the rarest and coolest stuff tends to go first thing Monday. Okay, somebody wants to see the Makoto Kurosaki VG10W Kodama Santoku. That is this knife. It's beautiful. It's named after forest spirits, Kodama.
Yeah.
Hence the green on the handle.
Yes.
Gorgeous, like, it's got your classic Japanese sanmai where you've got, you know, your outer layer of steel and then a little bit of the core steel right at the edge poking through.
Yeah.
But then somehow he's got like this
the Damascus
Suminagashi pattern.
Yeah.
It's really, really cool.
It's a VG10W. It's the base out of VG10, but they add a little bit more tungsten for the wear resistance. So supposedly it's gonna hold the edge a little bit longer than the regular VG10 stainless steel. It's great. It looks fantastic, and the way that the Makoto-san sharpens is really nice too. It's got so thin gradual taper. There is this line that feels like it's like.
Oh yeah, a little bump.
Yeah, right.
It might help food separate a little bit.
Exactly, right. That's what I was
So
saying.
smart. It's really cool. You know, the blacksmiths who forge the blades, they get a lot of the glory, but the guys that sharpen the knives, or the people that sharpen the knives, deserve just as much recognition because they, without the knife sharpener, the knife would just be a chunk of steel. Can you switch cameras, please, Jacob?
you know, you have this raw forged piece of steel, and if you don't have somebody that's really skilled at grinding it and polishing it, it can't do anything. And so Makoto-san, much like the people at Hado Sakai, he's a master knife sharpener, and he gets to focus in on a smaller part of the process, just one part of the process as opposed to the whole thing, and that means he can get really, really good at that one part of knife making. He can get the steel from a steel manufacturer or a local blacksmith, and then he can focus on what he does best, which I think is a great way to do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Someone wants to see the close-up of Yoshimune Shirogami Stainless Migaki Tsuchime to the Gill, which is this guy here. So,
Mason, could you fetch us a selection of beers and ciders, please?
I could.
Thank you.
Yoshimune-san, or the Yoshimune is the blacksmith's name for Kawamura-san in the in Sanjo area, who just retired from the blacksmithing. We had his knives before, and several occasions. We really liked their hammer patterns that he had, but he didn't have any successor, so he decided to close down his workshop, unfortunately. But we are able to get some of the last pieces of his final work. So here you go. Whoever wanted to see a close-up on this Kawamura-san's last batch, here is the
last ever, eh?
Probably. I can't really promise.
Higuro-san keeps coming out of retirement. Yeah. It's always a shame when...
Nor the, some blades may be kicking around, maybe. But
sometimes they have a box under the stairs that they forget
exactly.
about. But it's cool. It's always a shame when a blacksmith retires, but we always feel pretty lucky when we get to get, a last batch from somebody, right? Because that's the end of a legacy, right?
Yep.
And often they have apprentices, often they don't.
Yep. Yeah, it's been harder. So, again, someone wants to see this close-up. Old stock Ginsan Kiritsuke. So, here you go. The old stock Ginsan. The blades are sitting around at the Hado workshop for a little while. So they decided to sharpen them and put their old engraving of Ol, or Owl maybe. It's really well made. This Ginsan is, I believe this was, I have to double check. This was either forged by the Nakagawa-san or the guy before the
right, because we got some that was forged while his master was still working in the workshop,
in the workshop. He's fully retired. He passed away.
Yeah, I thought so.
He passed away pretty recently, unfortunately. So. Yeah, this one's all Shiraki
I was wondering, Naoto, somebody's looking for Sanjo style knives. If you could maybe hunt some of those down for me, and I'll talk about these pretty knives, which is what I do best. This is so somebody was asking about fancy 150 millimeter petty knives in the $300 to $500 range. If you're wondering about our prices, they are all in Canadian dollars because we are in Canada. And so if you are wondering how much American dollars or Australian dollars or whatever, pesos or whatever they are, Google it, please, because I don't know. This is a Saji Rainbow Damascus. Rainbow Damascus means he has layered in other types of metal. In this case, it looks like copper and brass between the layers on the cladding steel. And so it's kind of faint on camera, but you get it pretty good in person. So you just get this beautiful contrast that happens on the blade. That is a pretty knife. This, maybe an even prettier knife in my opinion. I like darker blades. This is a black Damascus from Yoshimi Kato-san. Just look at that pattern. Stunning. Whoop. There we go. Really nice handle too. Kind of a striped wood there. I don't know if that's Zelkova or if it's just a walnut or something. And then a nice piece of red Paca wood there. That, I think, might win the prize of prettiest petty knife from me. This isn't exactly a petty knife, but it sure is beautiful. This is 590 Canadian dollars. This is a Hado Sakai. I believe this is their Junpaku, their Ginsan line. So this is a Kobunka, which a bunka is kind of a mid-sized chef's knife. This is a smaller one because Ko means small. If you want a petty knife, which you can actually use to chop on a cutting board, as opposed to using your hand, this would be the guy. I use this size and shape a lot for just whipping up lunch or breakfast. This is a Sakai Takayuki, I believe, in Asagiri, yes. Kitsuke petty. 150 millimeters. In Sakai, they measure the length of the blade from the handle as opposed to the heel of the knife. And so it's a little shorter than your average 150. So if you feel like 150 is just a touch too big for you sometimes, this might be a better choice. But yeah, great little blade, high carbon steel, higher maintenance. Whoop, higher maintenance, but absolutely stunning. Really nice if you want an elegant, clean looking knife. Another badass, hand forged looking knife. Hand forged knife. This is from Itsuro Doi-san. And this is his Homura Guren, I believe, right, Jacob?
That's a Guren.
Yeah. This is another carbon steel line, but this time you've got that forged scale on the blade called kurochi in Japanese, and a sticker that won't stick to the handle.
Have we talked about this one yet? No.
Not yet.
Oh.
You want to do that one?
Well, it's basically same blade, but the different shape. But
It's
really,
almost like a steak knife.
The difference is though, look how thin this is.
Ooh. Whoop.
Oh,
The price tags really don't want to stick.
But this one is so thin.
Oh yeah.
Than this one. So and also it's sharpened from the back all the way back to the edge, right? So
yeah.
this feels so much smoother.
Usually with a kitchen knife, they sharpen kind of from midway down to the edge, and this one they've tapered the whole blade from spine
so
to
like
to
if
edge.
you're this one will cut really smooth. It's actually really when he first forging this Homura Kogetsu series, it was about this thick, a little bit thicker.
Oh really?
Even. And yeah, he started forging it a little bit more nicer, and when I talked to Yamatsuka-san, who sharpens these knives, he was like, yeah, it's getting so much thinner and make it so much harder to sharpen, and it's done such great job. So these petties, or there's Kobunka here, but fancy petties, we have quite a few.
Nice. Oh, right on. Yeah, they're beautiful.
Someone wanted to do the comparison on the Sujihiki, and so start from the Kato Black Damascus Suji 270. This Black Damascus series is such a great piece. It's so thin, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's really nice and thin. It's
a laser.
It's
like,
yeah,
people
exactly.
use the word laser to describe knives a lot, and this is a laser.
Yeah.
Could you double down and answer the same question, basically, but for Gyuto
a KFC
as well?
double down.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
Same.
So yeah, we're comparing the Makoto.
Yeah, Makoto and
So let's see, both pretty light. Oh, but I would say the Makoto wins in the lightness category for me. What do you think, Naoto?
Maybe because it's the for the thickness though, the Da has the better thinness.
Especially up here behind the edge.
Yeah, exactly.
This
right?
is the thinner blade. So
Yeah.
if you want something slightly more robust, Makoto.
Yeah.
If you want something more laser-like, that's where your Black Damascus.
Yeah, so
for me, I honestly don't normally love Damascus patterns on blades, but this one really takes the cake for me. This is stunning.
Right.
Kind of almost looks a bit like a spruce tree or something.
Mm-hmm.
So looks-wise, I vote for the Yoshimi, but that's much more subjective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just brought this one for Sujihiki because this one's also, it's a carbon steel, different type of Sujihiki, but if you're looking for a Sujihiki, carbon steel is, I like the carbon steel as in a Sujihiki choice because, again, it requires a little bit more maintenance, have to keep it dry, but unlike the chef's knife, you're not, like constantly.
You're not cutting tomatoes and onions.
Exactly.
Right?
You're just like slicing down, carving down the roast, and it's the one of those knives that you get
meat juices will oxidize the blade, but they tend to create a protective patina, much more than rust.
Yeah.
And the cool thing about cutting a meat, especially roasted meat or cooked meat with carbon steel, is you get like really cool patina colors. It turns the blade blue quite often, and it looks stunning. My dad's got a Fujimoto Croce Forge Sujihiki, and I love the way that thing's looking now after a couple of Christmases.
Right. It's great. So these are great Sujihiki choices.
Beauty.
Alrighty, so that's kind of nerdy question that we got about the.
We got a nerd question.
Sanjo style knife.
All right.
So for those of you who don't know where the Sanjo is this area in Niigata that is famous
It's in
for
Japan.
In Japan, yeah, right. In Niigata, Sanjo, that's famous for hand forging knives. The style, I guess like very significant. The signature style of which is that they forge the tang little thicker and tape forges down thinner towards the tip, and that tradition kind of started from not tradition, but the school was passed down from this Tsuneo Yoshida-san from Yoshikane, who used to be a head blacksmith
he trained a lot of the local blacksmiths,
So, yeah.
Not just the ones that we have here. That's only a sampling.
Exactly, right? So we have Yoshikane, which is it's got really nice thick spine and tapers down to the. So this one is Yoshikane, a white number 2 stainless clad. We have this Shinkiro, who is actually who learned Hatsukokoro, learned the way that they forge.
Is the name of the maker Shinkiro?
No, the Shinkiro is a line.
Oh, okay.
So
do we know who makes this one, or is it secret?
Nihei-san from the Fukushima. He's actually really good. He was a knife sharpener for a little while. Decided to come into the knife making or forging. So he went to learn how to forge knives in the Sanjo. And when he went back to Fukushima, he wanted to contribute to the local economy and local people, so that he decided to move to the place where it got affected by the Fukushima nuclear the disaster.
Oh, really?
Not right in center.
So he moved to there.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's not like right in center.
Yeah, he's not.
But close,
not in ground zero. Yeah.
Close enough. The town is called Iidate, and there was the old elementary school that was vacant.
Yep.
So he decided to move into the old elementary school and set up the forge.
Wow. So are there many people living there now?
Yeah. I mean, still it's a big
people
town.
returned. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
But it's got affected quite. So
yeah. No kidding.
It's got a really nice story. Shinkiro, I love how it tapers, how it convex edges and stuff like that as well. We have this one of the last one from these guys in. So this one here, Hatsukokoro Komorebi, they don't make this anymore. So also they did the little nice taper. Yeah.
Yeah, that one's got a really nice taper, really thick.
But it's really tall bevel.
Yeah.
So the forging technique is very Sanjo, but the sharpening is more like a Sakai. So it's like good hybrid between.
Yeah. There we go. Ooh, yeah, nice shine on the blade there. Not quite a mirror, but not far off.
Yeah. Also, we have this, even that's a Tosa, but it's a Hatsukokoro.
It's from Tosa?
Kurokaze. Yeah, it's from Tosa.
Oh, okay, cool.
But also he forges, they're kind of friends. They learn from each other almost.
Really nicely polished up here.
Exactly, right.
The reason we like to make a big deal out of this, and this isn't necessary, but it's nice, when they polish up the spine there, and this bit behind the blade called the choil, is because when you grip your knife like a chef, around kind of the middle there by the blade, your finger spends a lot of time rubbing up against that spine and that bit of the choil. And if you haven't worked as a chef for a bunch of your life, that's going to hurt pretty quickly. I still have calluses there, so I honestly don't really care if it's polished, but a lot of people do, especially more, casual or home cooks, or if you're a new cook and you don't want to bleed for your art, then it doesn't hurt to have a knife that's polished there.
And last but not least, who is it? The Wakui-san lives and works in the Sanjo and went to.
I didn't recognize that because he's doing kurochi too.
Yeah, so this kurochi is he calls it the Hon Tanren, or this one is forged welded version of his knife. So it's actually Warikomi forged welded. So it's a little bit more. I don't want to call it more handmade, but it has one more step than the regular stainless clad.
And somebody asked like an hour ago if they could see the Wakui crowbar. So just for reference, this is what he started out making: is hand forged crowbars and pry bars for demolition, right?
Yeah.
and he doesn't do as much of it because demolition's just done a lot differently in Japan now. But his family's been doing it for a long time, so he still makes some crowbars, and he has really retooled his factory to be focused on kitchen knife making. So now to you're saying, like, Sanjo style is that like thicker blade that tapers more from the heel to the tip there?
Yeah, and also oftentimes has the really nice convex grind.
So
like
my
nice.
question is that just Sanjo style, or is it Sanjo style because of the fellow at Yoshikane who made that, who's taught so many blacksmiths that his way of making knives has now become Sanjo style?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really?
Because if you look at the knives from Yoshimune-san,
Yeah.
his knives doesn't have that
Because he didn't learn from them.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Right.
So what we call Sanjo style is from, and what was his name again?
Yoshida-san.
Yoshida-san. Yeah. And he's not making knives anymore.
Oh,
right?
he's passed away.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, he's really.
Yeah.
It's cool how much he's affected knife making
exactly.
in that region.
Exactly.
Without him, we wouldn't have so many of the iconic knife
Yeah,
makers
like,
we do now.
Masashi-san's knives have the...
Masashi-san, so many. Tomo-san at
exactly.
Kojiro
Or
Atelier,
we have Mazaki knives. That's really...
Jeez, that's crazy.
So
it's cool to see the lineage of this stuff. Okay, we have got a note that says, show Chinese cleavers. Let's show Chinese cleavers.
Show Chinese cleavers.
I'm going to take a sip of this delicious pineapple mango guava cider from our friends at Village Brewing. My buddy works there. They are literally up the street from our warehouse. So we're fans. They hook us up sometimes, and we appreciate them. All right. Chinese cleavers. We have Chinese cleavers and Japanese cleavers called chukabocha, which means Chinese knife. We have normally a whole supply of these, but this is what we have specifically for the garage sale next week. First up is the Shibata Special. So he basically requested they make him a custom shape inspired by his famous and impossible to get Tinker Tank knife. So it's got this really cool Kyotsuke style tip, really great for getting into stuff, a really, really subtle, almost non-existent curve on the edge, and a really thin blade too. This is in the style of the CCK mulberry knife, which is a very, very thin knife. A lot of people think of a Chinese cleaver as a jack of all trades, like a Swiss Army knife. Excuse me. And some of them are, but a lot of them aren't. And in this case, these are very, very thin. You're not going to want to chop a bone or really smash this into your cutting board. You are going to want to do delicate jobs with these. Getting into the Japanese-made Chinese cleavers. Oh, let's get stuck. How much is this Tojiro Chukabocho? Well, I pry it from its... Jesus Christ. There we go.
Can you guys also say which ones can go through bones and which ones can't?
None of these.
maybe that.
This guy? Yeah, I guess so. I would say like maybe like a chicken. Like this could go through... I would put this through any bone in a chicken except maybe a thigh bone. You can do a thigh bone? Okay. I'm not going to promise it, but I would say if you want to cut bones, buy yourself an Arcos cleaver from Spain. We sell them on our website. They are the best cleavers for bones. That's what I use when I do butchery. Same with you, Kevin. Those are the Shiba specials. Yeah, they're cool, hey?
Those are so cool.
Oh,
This guy is quite a bargain, right? The Tojiro.
Yeah.
Jacob's finding the price for us.
I'm trying to find the price as well.
Other great options, especially, woo! Yeah, don't put this near a bone. But this guy, you could paddle your canoe with this cleaver. This is a Shosui Takada. We got a restock of Takadas earlier this year. We only get one every couple of years. And then, Kevin's going to write his penny farthing on Monday. Stay tuned. You better tune in just for that, folks.
$73.
$73 for this.
Yeah.
Not for this.
Takada, no.
This is 1,265 tiny Canadian dollars. So like $37 US. But this guy is big. Like I got big hands, and it's basically hidden behind this thing. It's a tall, long cleaver. It is thicker than your average Takada knife up along the spine. He is known for his super thin knives. It gets pretty thin at the edge. Again, maybe not quite as thin as your typical Takada, but pretty dang thin. And it's a beast. This is, often you'll see chefs using like 2 fingers along the side. I know Colin McGuire is a fan of that grip. He calls it the peace sign grip on the side of the knife just so you can control it. And that is really the way to use this knife because it's a honker. And we have 6 or 8 of these? 8 of these?
8 of these. 8.
8 of these, each with a different custom handle. You can see all the variants on the website, so you can look at all the different colors of handle. These will go quick, but because there's 8 options, you probably have a better shot at these first thing on Monday than a lot of the custom stuff. This guy is Hinokuni, I believe. Yeah, Hinokuni Sakai. Really young guy. This guy's what? He's younger than 30 right now, Tom?
I think so. He's probably coming to 30.
Yeah, he's in like his
30s.
late 20s, probably.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm not misremembering from the last garage sale, he forge welds his own steel, right?
Yep.
He doesn't buy pre-laminated layers of steel, which there's nothing wrong with, but he likes to do it the old-fashioned way. So he takes a hard piece of steel, sticks 2 pieces of softer steel on the outside of it, forges them together, and he makes beautiful blades that are really well priced for the amount of work and skill that goes into them. Largely because he's a younger guy still refining his craft, right? Yeah. So this is a fairly tall, long Nikiri, kind of between a Chinese cleaver and a Nikiri, and it's 360 Canadian dollars. White #1 carbon steel, clad in carbon steel, so very reactive. A lot of work to take care of, but absolutely worth it.
I'm looking forward to see his kind of future production, because the way that he does it really...
Even just since we first got his knives in 2020, he has like from here to here.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
He's gotten so much better. Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree.
Where is he? Nolan.
We can see you.
They see me, Nolan.
Small Gyuto or large petty under $300. These are actually really good selection.
So Diana has these handles. Remember the Takada set?
We have...
So they turn them into knives. Those knives are at the
Aogami Super, Moritaka, small Santoku, Kohl Santoku, 130 millimeters. This is probably really good. $245.
They're going to be available.
We don't usually get this shape of the sides usually, so it's actually really one of the knives that's really nice. We have this Tosa Tsukasa Shirogami #1, white #1 carbon steel with the really nice tall blade. They have some weird stuff. Jumping in.
Well, sometimes you got to jump in, because sometimes you learn about things that fun, exciting people that you work with have done, because sometimes things happen and you need to like rebuild knives, and then you have leftover little bits of stuff. And sometimes you like, I do think this giant Chukabocho is the knife that I need, but then sometimes you're like, maybe it's a little too big. So then maybe you get one of these. Because sometimes it just needs to be little. And so, for a very, very limited time, you will be able to find some tiny Takadas. Oh my God.
In the Calgary store only.
At the Calgary retail location only. And they are adorable. You could cut things with them. I don't know what. They're tiny.
Diana in our warehouse made the handles.
One of our staff in the warehouse has made these handles and taken just sort of like a broken knife and made them into tiny little Takadas.
Matt did the chopping and the grinding, and Diana did the handles. It's a Matt X Diana X Takada collab.
And there is a matching large knife.
So John May, I know you're listening. I know you come down to the Calgary store sometimes. Maybe you should swing on by on Monday.
Yes, and it's sharp.
It's sharp.
Yeah. I mean, Matt sharpened it.
Oh
so.
my God! It is sharp.
There you go. That's just a little bit of fun, right?
You know,
they're just fun.
We have to have fun.
And if nobody buys them on Monday at the store, maybe we'll bring them here on Thursday. All right. Well, Mason, staff are allowed to buy knives Monday at 6 p.m. after the store closes.
Am I allowed to steal a knife?
It's between you and Kevin.
Yeah, it's that little guy.
Just put this in my pocket.
Might spill it over there.
Yep.
Chug.
Alrighty, that was actually
shotgunning
really
non-alcohol ciders.
Okay. Back to where we are, I guess. you know.
All right, back to the A team.
Just tall. Did they see Office Balance? Well, the smaller Gyuto or the taller petties, these are great. The Muneishi has the really nice tall petty. I guess he calls it Gyuto, 120 mil.
It's a great one.
168 blue carbon steel stainless clad. For these ones, I will go for this one because it's like you don't get to see this every day. Really nicely forged. I mean, super 248. We have the Sakai Kikumori, the one that you like, from Gyuto.
Yeah, I like that a lot too.
This one here is the it's relatively tall and actually quite long blade. So this one actually really nice. So we have quite a bit of selection. Again, if you're looking for something tall petties, you can either look for something shorter gyutos like these ones, or the kosantoku like these ones, or put the petty. And most of these should have a little bit of measurement saying how tall these blades are.
Yep.
So use that as the kind of buying guide, okay? So that's pretty good.
The nice thing with all of these is you could hold the knife properly like you're holding a chef's knife, and you can have your hand wrapped around it, and you can chop with it on a cutting board, and it's not like you're using a skinny little petty knife where you have to like do this weird thing and put your finger on the spine, and you can chop with it. Is it the best thing? No, it's not a replacement for a Gyuto or a Santoku, but it's versatility.
Yeah. I think someone wanted to see this actual Wakui's knife. The 210 Wakui Shirogami white carbon steel stainless clad. It's really nicely made. I love how well it's forged, how well it's sharpened. It's pretty. It doesn't have the overexposure on the core steel. It's fairly light. It's actually much lighter than I anticipated. And it's really nice thin blade.
Not a crowbar at all.
No.
I know, they're so nice.
Yeah.
This is my style of knife. It's just like clean, polished, simple, nothing too flashy. I'm a big fan. I got to put it down. Okay, now, what are we doing now?
So,
whoa! What the?
Apparently, we have to talk about this.
Yeah, no kidding. I haven't seen these kind of things in an incredibly long time.
Yeah, so I have to see.
Neither one of these shots or anything.
There. Awesome.
These are chisels.
Yes. Made by this blacksmith called Tasai-san in Sanjo. I think it's the Akio Tasai-san is the one who is in charge of forging these ones. It's called Tenmoku, so you can see the look at it. It's almost like Kuroshio looking, right?
Like a little torsion.
Yeah, layers of Damascus there. It's mostly forged. By it's like this. This is shaped to forged to shape. It's incredibly, incredibly precise.
Wow.
It's Tasai-san is like this chisel maker, or he does planes as well, but
See you
Monday.
I'll be bringing a surprise guest.
You will be?
Ooh.
Or
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu!
Anyone know who the surprise guest is?
Not yet.
Have you guys talked about Sasquatch yet?
No.
We don't know what a Sasquatch is.
People are asking in the chat.
I don't talk right now. I'd love to talk about Sasquatch.
yeah, the really nicely made, super flat. I have to find out what steel that are made out of, and it's carbon steel for sure. Often those chisel makers or the makers who makes the carpentry tools, they often like the Swedish carbon steel, but I'm not quite sure. I'm not 100% sure.
I'm really fascinated by these things. They're really beautiful, and I would love to use them. If I wanted to buy them, how do I find them on the website? And do we know how much these chisels retail for?
Tasai, chisels. Set of 4 comes in $1,500.
Okay. So they're probably nicer than the Stanley ones I got at Home Depot. Yeah. I really want to try these. They're beautiful. Like this little ring. There's like this hammered ring at the back of the handle.
Yeah.
Right. Even the ferrule here is hammered.
Right? Yeah. It's so precise. The Tasai-san actually made some kitchen knives before, and we actually had a Honesuki before too. But the way I have like so much respect on the blacksmith who produces these guys, the carpentry tools, because they have to be this precise. Anyways, so we have these, and we have 6 sets, I think.
We have 6 sets?
Yeah.
I know.
Oh my God!
That's okay.
Is that on? Oh, hey.
Oh. All right, I'm going to try not to give everybody motion sickness.
You're going to do a flyover? This, as you may have already guessed, that the Friday live stream is also us doing a tech check and making sure everything works.
Yeah.
Wow. That's very cool.
Well, we were just like watching on the.
Hey, why is there an anvil on a tree over there? What's that for? Jing, doing.
How's the motion sickness?
It's pretty bad.
It's not that bad.
Put a barf emoji in the chat. 1 to 5 emojis.
Yeah.
5 means mostly barfing.
Yeah.
1 means not too barfy.
I mean, it would probably be bad if you're watching with a 55-inch TV.
Yeah. If you'd consumed too much of that jazz lettuce.
Well, if
Tighten the core, Nathan. Tighten your core.
If this works really well, we should just get the gimbal for that camera.
We have one.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, I just didn't have time to like balance it and set it up and everything.
Wait, that's me.
Behind the scene. Behind the scene. It's good. Well, are we about to kind of wrap?
What do we got left to talk about here?
Yeah.
Have we got any last remaining questions we didn't get to?
Or
wants to see some Chinese cleavers.
Okay, while we find some Chinese cleavers, I'm going to tell you what we're doing here before we wrap. This is our Garage Sale Live preview. We've just gone through all the stuff that we're going to be putting up for sale on Monday, November the 4th at 8 a.m. on the website, knifewear.com. The sale begins. And in our stores, which are located in Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, Vancouver, and Toronto, the stores open at 10 a.m., and it's a great time. It is super fun. That's where it actually feels like a garage sale because there's like knives all over the place. It looks like this. And so get to the store on Monday, but if you're really invested in buying something very particular here that you've seen, you got to get queued up on Monday. It gets quite busy on the website first thing, so get your autofill sorted out, get your credit card programmed into your computer so you can pull the pin right away. This year, for those of you who've been with us in the past, the website this year will hold your cart for 3 minutes once you put your first item in the cart. So don't start with a honing rod and then go look around. Put the knife that you want, get the things that you need to add in to finish your purchase, go through the rest of the checkout, and you should be fine. In the past, we basically had people getting stuff stolen in a way, like someone was like 1 second ahead of you and they bought it. So this will hopefully make it feel a little less hectic. Mm-hmm. However, don't sit on it. If you're looking at one of those sweet Yoshimunes or like a Manaka Koku N, get it and go through the cart. There's like maybe half a dozen of some of these things, and there's a lot more of you than there are knives, unfortunately.
We got as many as we can.
Oh, we do it. Naoto, man, every year you do such a great job with this. We even are expecting some shipments of stuff that's
we're
still in transit. So check back through the week. We might have some more stuff. Usually we do another video on Thursday just to do a little recap on things.
Yep.
So
we may actually have some latecomers, and we probably will.
But if you're in a city, head down to the store. It's always a fun time. Say hi to the crew. They're always jazzed about it. This is fun for us too. So.
All right. We'll hope we will see you all on Monday morning at...
This is fun for us, too. Is that better?
7:45?
Yeah, early day on Monday.
See you all at 7:45 Mountain Time. We're gonna be back on live, so hopefully you have a great weekend. Looking through all the things that we have, and say hi to the store if you're going to the shops, and
Super cool.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for watching.
Is it over? Are we
Is it
done?
over?
Oh.